Hey, Miss Sandra.
Hi, how are you?
Doing good.
Looking good.
You're looking good too. I had to do a whole lot of new stuff to get even signed on this morning. It was like it wanted me to accept cookies. It wanted me to put our names in. It was just asking me for all kinds of things. Hey, JJ. JJ's up. Yay.
You got more snow up there?
Hi. That don't look very good, so I'm not.
Okay, but your voice is beautiful, so we'll listen to that.
Thank you. Bruno was so sick that I thought he was gonna die on me, honestly, and he was throwing up blood and everything. So I've been up for the last 2 nights with him, but he's doing a lot better this morning.
Who is this?
Bruno.
Oh, Bruno.
My dog.
Really? Yeah.
I tried some. What is this pop-up thing? Okay, I'll just show my ugly face. Hold on. I gave him because I'm waiting for my paycheck from Sevier County, so I got him some cheaper bones, not thinking anything of, because the other 2 dogs were fine, but he.
So it sounds like he's got a bone that's done a little bit of damage. I guess.
I have washed blankets about 4 or 5 times. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm sorry. We'll pray he gets better.
Oh,
he's fine now? Okay.
Oh, yeah. I was on my knees in tears praying to Yahuwah over him and him because I was like, look, I know this sounds crazy, but this dog is all I have. My best friend. Hi, Roz.
How you doing?
Roz.
Hey.
Just so you know, Roz, I'm gulping, not sipping.
That's good.
There's my little Miss Sister Phyllis.
Hello.
How are you this morning, Sister Phyllis?
I'm doing well. How are you all?
We're doing well. We're getting ready for our cold air tomorrow. Wow.
I want to show you something that's up here behind me. It might be too little for you to read. It says, Father, my daddy is the King of Kings.
Oh.
It was sent to us by a friend of ours called Melissa. Her name's Melissa.
Mm-hmm.
And that's really nice. I guess I have to sit here out of the way of it so you can see it.
There you go. There you go. That's beautiful. Is it a poster like made out of paper or? Oh, it's cloth. Oh, it's like a little flag. Oh, how pretty. Yes. Love that.
I do too.
Yes, beautiful. Mm-hmm. Shalom, Chance. I don't know if he's listening, but we'll shalom him anyway.
Sandra, have you got any snow?
She's in Colorado, isn't she? Yeah.
Oh, yeah. It snowed and then it melted.
Oh, okay.
So I think the high today the low was 44 this morning. And then it's going to be as high as 64 later on.
Wow.
I think we need to move. I think we need to move to Colorado. I do. We got temperatures here.
Welcome to move to Colorado, but I think being on that river is beautiful.
I was admiring the pelicans are back. We have huge pelicans and big, huge white pelicans with little black tips on their wings, but they're scary when you're out there on the boat because I think they could really do some damage if
they're about 40 pounds.
Yeah, they're huge, but they're just beautiful animals. So they've come back in and they'll be here for a couple of months and then they'll disappear till next year. So
y'all get them every year?
Yes, every year. Just huge groups of them. I mean, just huge flocks.
And they're white. I have never seen white pelicans till we moved here.
Yeah. I can't wait till last year we had a group down there. Oh, I don't know, about 80 there was a lot in one group. And I can't wait to be able to video those for Phyllis and send them to Sister Phyllis because she enjoys watching the birds with me.
I appreciate it too. Thank you.
Oh, we have something. I don't know.
Put it back. It's a new type of coffee. We found out how bad some coffees can be with plastic. So this is a new one we're trying that we think is going to be safe.
Oh.
So does it taste good?
It's delicious.
Yeah. Yeah.
But the thing is every time you undo that top, little bits of plastic go in there. So you got to get it out of that and put it into glass. Seriously.
Well, I have old-fashioned coffee tins.
I know.
But they had plastic.
I didn't think about that, but yeah.
Yeah.
But even the coffee tins have plastic lids.
That's what I said. Yep. Sure did.
Everything. We can't get away from it, can we? Just plastic all around us. Yeah. Plastic.
We have to trust Yahusha to protect us from
That's
the
right.
worst of these.
That's right. We do our best. He does the rest.
That's it. That's exactly. I just tried my best to be as safe as I can and hope he covers.
He will. He will. He's doing a great job.
It looks like Joe's wearing a hat. He's wearing a little hat that says Exodus on top of it.
Let's see. Oh, I see. I see. It must be flipped around on you. It's over my face, which is kind of good. But yeah, it's over our face over there in the corner.
Well.
Yeah, see here.
I
See
see.
the Exodus. Okay.
I see.
Oh, I was doing a study this morning, actually started last night, and it was in 1 Samuel chapter 6. And it's about Yahusha of Beth Shemesh. And every Yahusha that's in scripture is like a foreshadow of the Yahusha HaMashiach. And I was wondering why and how this Yahusha, because it doesn't have him leading people out. It's only that the ark went and just sat there. You know, it was when the Philistines had captured the ark and kept it by them, and then they put it on a wagon, and the wagon took off, and it was had 2 cows on it, 2 milk cows that had never been harnessed before. So isn't that kind of like somebody coming out of sin, you know, somebody coming out of transgressions, out of the world? And so the cows just ran to this Beth Shemesh, and it's got a rock there, a huge rock. The rock, I feel, symbolizes the Father. And then they also did sacrifice there of the 2 cows. The cows were bellowing the whole way. So they were crying out to Yahuwah the whole way getting there. I just think that's a beautiful story. And it's the anointing. Huh?
I'm sorry, where did you get this story?
This was in 1 Samuel chapter 6.
It's overlooked by me. I'll have to read it.
Yeah, it's a beautiful story. The depth of it, because it's it's about the anointing of Yahusha, because these cows ran to that, and they, you know, so it was like, wow, they ran to Yahuwah. And then something else that came in this morning was, you know, everything. They've got the Xmas Eve. They've got 10/31 is an eve to the day of the unalive, the next day. So they've got the calendar of the days actually on the Hebrew timing, as in starting out at the sunset to sunset, but yet they celebrate everything in the world. It's like, wow. Never thought about that till today.
Hi, JJ.
Hi, Sister Phyllis. How are you this morning, ma'am?
I'm doing well. How are you doing?
I am just woken. I set my alarm for our time together. I'm sorry for the way I've just been. My dog's been very sick, but I'm doing much better. Everything's good.
Is he's doing good?
Yeah, he is. I think either he got a hold of something or he had a reaction to a bone I gave him, and yeah, there was fluids everywhere, just everywhere, and he I thought he was throwing up blood, but it appeared to be blood for quite a couple hours, and I got very scared at 2:00 in the morning, the night before last. So, but I made him. I was making him sourdough toast. I made him a fresh sweet potato and peeled it and mashed it for him, and made him some white rice and like all the things you would do for your child for if they had a tummy ache, and then I prayed over him, and I know it sounds so silly.
Doesn't sound silly.
They're my world, they're so special to me, and they bring me so much joy. So, and thank you for asking, though. He is doing much better. But Joe, I was overhearing I was making my coffee, and I overheard you guys' animal story. Do you know up there that I should have taken a picture, but it was 4:00 in the morning, and I was kind of tired. And we were just sitting there in the ambulance parking lot, and 3 of the biggest bucks you'd ever seen in your life just walk right through the ambulance parking lot, and I'm just like, okay. But they're not nothing. None of the animals are scared of the sirens. Like, we were riding up the mountain, and the bears would just look at us like, oh, hey guys, there they go again. Biggest wild turkeys. I'm like, this is where me and Joe and June need to come up here and have some fun. Really cool to see, though. Beautiful animals.
Can I ask a question real quick? Am I sideways?
Yes, you are.
I'll see you later. I don't know what happened.
Neither.
I want to say that those white ones came from Africa. Those white pelicans came over on a hurricane.
Oh, really?
I'm going to look it up and see, but I remember hearing something like that.
I thought it was because of the volcano that erupted.
I thought they'd been to the beauty shop. I didn't know.
They've been here for several years.
Got their hair fixed, their feathers fixed.
I don't know. When did we first see him? About 5 years ago, maybe.
And
there she is. She's right now.
She's not upside down anymore.
Right with the world.
So, Ross, you are my confirmation that I need to read first Shemuel, because it was the weirdest dream. I don't know what woman is in there. Is it Ruth or is it Hannah? I kept hearing Hannah.
Probably has to do with Hannah.
Okay.
I don't remember. I just was
oh my
doing
God.
a study on the Yahushas.
Yeah.
And that was was this.
I did another little, I do a couple other studies, with other things. And we're doing Joseph, and how he was Jacob's firstborn, and it kind of like there's so many similarities through the Joseph and the Jacob story of the pre-coming of Yahusha and the father. So I get what you're saying, but I had this dream, and I was like being commanded to read something about my life is like Hannah. You are my Hannah. and I just kept hearing 1 Samuel, 1 Samuel, 1 Samuel. So thank you for confirming that for me. Because
I'm glad.
Yeah, me too.
Actually, these ones with the black tips on it are native, but I remember hearing them say on one of those big hurricanes that some white pelicans from over there, because birds get trapped in there. They get trapped in the eye, and then they come over, and just like a lot of things do. It's funny now that I'm thinking about it. The Louisiana flag is a white pelican, and it's got the blood coming off of the chest on it. It's that Illuminati symbol where it's the wings out and I researched that a long time ago. It's that same thing like the eagles where the wings are spread that they use in Germany and that they use in several other flags. It's not good. For a long time after, well, in the 60s was when that, was it DDT that made the shells of the eggs in a lot of those birds get to where they were soft. The pelicans were affected just like the bald eagle was. And so we didn't see pelicans around where I'm at, which is Metairie, right outside of New Orleans. So as the crow flies, it's not that big of a distance between me and the Gulf of Mexico, but we weren't seeing pelicans till, I'd say, in 2005. We started seeing pelicans, and now we see them a lot over here again. But so the population is coming back.
Shabbat shalom, Chance.
Shabbat shalom, brothers and sisters. How are you?
Shabbat shalom.
Been looking for this day all week.
Yeah. It came quickly this week. That was wonderful.
Get to
But life is
separate
going
from you get
quickly
to
now.
separate from the world and be with like-minded brothers and sisters. It's refreshing. Refreshing in Ruah.
I couldn't have said that.
It is 2 degrees here. Huh?
How many degrees?
We're looking at -20, but it's 2 degrees right now. But they're talking about, if you believe in the weather and stuff on the phone, they're saying like 20 below, but it's 2 degrees right now, a big whopping 2 degrees. It's pretty warm here, I'm telling you what. Pretty nice.
Oh, you better break out the tank tops and shorts, man. Where do you live again, if you don't mind?
Minnesota.
Oh, okay. So you're really getting hit hard. June, we don't have snow. We just have cold, right? We don't no snow.
Well, we had snow last year. We were snowed in for 3 days. I don't know where you were.
Oh.
Meigs County.
I was fresh out of surgery. I don't remember a whole lot the first couple months after my surgery. But yeah. I was snowed in my house, but I was good.
You know, Chance had mentioned the weather, the weather app or the weather station, or, you know, I had shared with Joe some time ago. I said, you know, if our faith was as what we, you know, how you'll open up that app and you say, well, it's going to be 70 degrees tomorrow. The wind's going to be 15, you know, and then you wake up and it's not that way. And then you'll hear everybody saying, well, it was supposed to be 70. I don't understand why it's not 70. I don't understand, you know. I'm like, if our faith in Yahuwah was that strong to where, that we look at that and it's just like you instantly believe that that's what the temperature is going to be, and that's what the wind is going to be, and the rain. But if we were so fine-tuned to him to where our faith is just like that, like tomorrow Yahuwah will do this, and we believe it just like that. Oh, how amazing that is. But anyway, I always tell Joe, I said, just go look out the window. Just don't look at that app. Just go look out the window. That'll tell you everything you need to know.
That's the weather outlook.
That's the outlook.
Do you know, as you were saying that about the app, it came in my head. That's kind of like a form of, and I'm guilty of it too, because I look it up. It's a form of necromancy, because they're prophesying about what the weather's going to be.
Yes, ma'am. If you think about it.
Yeah.
I'm
gonna have to stop doing that, because I look at it just to see what it is, but it's a prophecy of the weather.
It is a prophecy of the weather. I've never even, I felt that because I told him about it, but I never thought about it in those terms.
Mm-hmm.
So, yes, it is. I guess it is. Yes.
Yeah.
You know what we need to make is a bunch of Yahuwah, like the 10 Commandments, and maybe a thermometer for us to all hang outside our door. Boom. Go back to the old days, and if it's 35 or below, we can drip our little water and be good with life, Just keep going. Sounds good.
Is it raining? We just open up the window. Nope, it's sunny.
Yahuwah made me a walking Torah. Now I can't keep that stuff out of my mouth, boy. I'll pop like a pipe if I don't release that pressure, man. That stuff is in there.
Yeah.
You were truly blessed with his word, Chance.
Oh, thank you, Phyllis. It's all Yahuwah. It's all Yahuwah.
I'm the same way, Chance. It's hard to keep it all in, especially when you're surrounded by people that want you to keep it all in, because they just can't handle any of it. June and Joe are the only people I can talk to. And now Roz.
It's JJ, I use this as armor to keep these wicked conversations away from me. You know what I mean? When people start talking evil and wicked, I start talking about love and righteousness. And boy, oh boy, when you keep that armor on, you lose everybody around you. They flee quicker than they can. All you see is butt cheeks and elbows. They're gone. They are running away. You see butt cheeks and elbows.
I was going to
children. Yes, sir.
You're absolutely right.
I don't know. They usually fight me.
Oh yeah, you're gonna get bit, but the end result, they're gonna dip out. They can't handle that light. If they're not of Yahuwah, they're like this. Whoa, 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 whoa.
When they start speaking something of the world, I start saying something about scripture about, reminds me of a story in scripture, and like Job or whatever with it. And why do you have to do that? Well, how come I can't speak about the scripture? If you're speaking about something, why can't I speak?
Paul tells us to shrink from wickedness, shrink from the evil, delight in that righteousness, and it keeps them conversations good, and you can protect yourself because these conversations can go in so many different directions. My poor little brother, he likes to talk to me about firearms, and then it immediately goes into violence, right? As soon as you start talking about guns, then it goes into violence, and I don't want to do that, I don't want to talk about that stuff. So I use that as the protection, Let's talk about Yahuwah and the purpose, let's learn how to do good.
It's one thing about people of the world talking about guns and stuff, and then it's another thing about people that are on the path. I had people that they were speaking. It was a thread that was on Facebook a few years back, and they were talking about, I'm going to go get such and such a gun. And I said, why? Where's your big gun of Yahuwah? Why can't because they spoke the name of Yahuwah, I said, why aren't you speaking Yahuwah? I said, that's my gun.
Really quick.
I don't have to get a gun to protect myself.
I'm sorry to interrupt really quick. I just know that the GUN is not allowed on YouTube.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I thank you very much.
You're welcome.
We had a power outage there.
I was just going to ask you guys if you've had a bunch of power outages, like just random ones here and there, like this morning at all?
Yeah, I think they're practicing, for the snow that might come in. Yeah.
Yeah, I had 2 of them, but it was when I was watching a pretty intense, like realistic, like whoa video. One of the ones that the kind of stuff I like to watch. But anyway, but the power went out, and I was like, not today. Yeah, glad it's not just me.
We were talking about the power of the word. Just his name is just so amazing.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to go into any details, but this week I was confronted with a person who handed me 2 idols of Jesus and told me to put them in my pocket because I needed to carry them with me all the time. So I'd have him with me in my pocket. And so at that moment I looked up and I said, do you know that his name is Yahusha? And the man, it was like he was hit with a wind. The power of his name just knocked that man right backwards, just away from me. And that was really all that needed to be said or done, because he got the message. He got the message. And I just to witness that, the power in his name like that is just, it's just a beautiful thing. And scary too. I know it was scary for the other person, but there was no words to be said. That person couldn't say anything to me after that. It was kind of like they were afraid of me.
So he gave you a plastic puppy, a pocket puppy.
Yeah, well, whatever those are, I'd never seen them before. But yeah, I was supposed to carry those in my pocket so that,
Was it about like this?
Yeah, about 2 inches high. Yeah.
The little Lego figurine.
Yeah.
Kind of thing. Yeah.
Had the J-Man wrote on front of it, and I just so sad, but I did manage before I left the presence of the person. I did manage to hand him the commandments, a copy of the commandments, the little cards that Lou and Phyllis have. I like to pass those out because they get attention. A lot of people, they might not accept a tract or something like that, but when you say, would you take the 10 commandments? They'll look at you and they'll think, well, I can't refuse that. That's something they're really familiar with. So, and then that right there's got the name. I thought, well, it's got the name on there. He can go home and look that up and do some research on that. And hopefully he'll be woke up, hopefully he'll be one of those that it's time for him to awaken. So, but just witnessing that, wow, it is just amazing. Just that, just like a wind forward, knock that person backward. And just didn't know. He just didn't know what he was experiencing. It was just so amazing.
Mm-hmm.
Shabbat shalom, Talitha.
Shabbat shalom.
Shabbat shalom.
Oh, there you are. Hi, Mikhail.
Hi,
Oh, sweet.
Hi, Talitha.
I got matching shirt.
You know, I've never celebrated Hanukkah before. Was it one of the 7?
Yeah. I never really made we always went through and read the story of the Maccabees all these years. And I did have menorahs for the kids. And, we tried not to get too deeply into the Yehudism of it, but we would read the scriptures of Yahusha and I always tried to incorporate and he is the light, when he said, I am the light, that was one of the main ones that, but the children still love it today. One thing that our son started when he was very young was we started a craft idea of building Maccabee soldiers while we read the story of the Maccabees. And we build them out of potatoes, and we would have various potato head parts that we would put on them and then stick candles in them and anything that would burn and light it up, matches. And that is our own little tradition that has been going for 18 years. So one of our daughters called the other day and she says, Mom, I just, we're all away from home now, but I just want to do the little Hanukkah thing. We just want to do a little party and, she says, but I need those parts because we're going to build some Maccabee soldiers. We're going to do the Maccabee story. So I just thought that was so, but it's just our own little tradition and it was something really fun for the kids to do. But I think the primary thing is just never forget to incorporate Yahusha, who is the light, into everything that we do. So, like I said, we didn't make a big deal, but while they were growing up, with all the mess that's around them every year, we needed something to keep them grounded and to keep them focused. And I think Mark made a great statement last night. He said, just because it's a tradition doesn't make it a bad tradition. So, even, as you can look in your family and know you have a tradition, something you do every year, just because you do that every year doesn't make it bad. But just be sure that you know where your traditions come from would be my advice. Yeah.
Does anyone have quick reference to where the story of the Maccabees is in Scripture?
I don't think it's in there. It's in the there's a book in the Apocrypha that's called the Maccabees. Yeah. And I think that's where you'd find it at.
Oh,
yes.
I've been hearing about it so much that I thought it was Scripture.
I think there's actually 4 books of Maccabees. And speaking of a lot of war in there, there's a lot of war.
But the story of about, I believe it was Matamayehu, the one that they forced the pig down his throat and everything. I mean, to go back and to see the strength of spirit of these people, these people absolutely, they were serving Yahuwah. They were not about, so they actually were choking on the hog flesh it killed them, that was shoved down their throats because they just absolutely refused to eat that pig. I just think going through and reading those stories kind of helped our family to realize, you have to stand firm. And that's what they did. They stood firm.
I think I'm going to pull up my book that's got Maccabees in it. and read that this week for Hanukkah. I just finished Galatians, and I read some more on Psalms and Exodus and Proverbs, but I think I'm going to start Maccabees. That sounds like something good to start, and just have it in there.
I brought up some Yirmiyahu chapter 10 verse 3, 4, and 5, where it tells us to not to learn these worthless customs these Gentiles do, where they drag trees in their house and adorn them with gold and silver. I've been sending it out to here and there, and I get no response back, and I'm just like, why are we doing this? What's the purpose? What is religion teaching you? And if you Google religion, it tells you the savior they made for themselves was born on this day. So therefore you drag a tree into your house, which we're directly forbidden not to do. Do not worship a tree, especially, don't worship any idols, but the tree is directly right in Jeremiah 10, 3, 4, and 5. It says tree, like right there. And your religion is telling you that this savior you have made for yourself, who does not save. I won't even bring his name because it's not even worthy, but you know what I mean? They know who it is. But so you're directly violating the command. The word of Yahuwah is being trodden down by your religion. And the thing is that what really bothers me is, if Mark touched on this last night, he said they only read to validate their narrative, but as soon as their narrative starts to get swallowed up, they go and let somebody, you know what I mean? They'll use Google or whatever ulterior circumstances they can do to prove their narrative. But if their narrative gets proved wrong, all of a sudden Google is not worthy anymore. They're like, oh yeah, it's just Google. But if it proves their point, oh, Google's a trusted source. You know what I mean? Google totally. So they, it just really, they're not, the thing is they're not worshiping any creator here. They're worshiping the religion. The religion is their creator, because if religion tells them your Shabbat is on the day of the sun, they're going to obey that. They're going to obey what religion tells them. They're not obeying their creator. So all these people stuck in this and swallowed up in this religion aren't really worshiping their creator, because if they did, they'd open up their book and read, and they would see that we're in violation of a lot of this stuff here. So they're not really worshiping any creator. They're worshiping the religion. The religion is what they're worshiping here. They're caught off in this stuff. They really are. They are worshiping religion. That is pure and simple.
It's that, and it's like they're worshiping the fact that they're Christians, and worshiping the fact that they're the ones over there in across the sea. And that's what you find a lot of people are doing.
I was raised in Christianity. My parents weren't, but some friends thought do-gooders were raising me in Christianity, and all my life until I married my husband, it never occurred to me that I should even think about Yahusha during the day. And then he told me, he says, we need to do everything to please Yahusha. And I thought, what a concept. I never heard that before.
What is Yahusha says, if you love me, guard my commands. If those that say that they know me and do not guard my commands are liars. What does Revelation say? 22. Baruch are those who guard my commands when I return, so the authority to the tree of life is theirs, and they may enter through the gate into the city. What is religion teaching you? Oh, our Savior obeyed for us, therefore which we can walk in this lawlessness that we believe in here. They've been done away with. But, from the beginning of our Father's book to the end, it's telling us to obey. Nowhere, what religion likes to do here, they like to divide the scripture and say, that's Old Testament. We're in the New Testament now. And then all of a sudden, about this much of the book is no longer relevant to them because it's old. That's what religion is doing. They're just dividing these people and conquering them like terribly. But also, from the beginning to the end, Aleph Ta, all of it tells us to obey. And then there's so many stark warnings about what happens when we violate that, you know. So I just,
thank you.
poor religious people, man. My heart is with them. I'm out there. I'm planting that seed, sprinkling it all over, fertilizer too, and water. Trying to reach into them, man, get them out of there. It's horrible.
They got the fertilizer where you've got the seed.
Yeah. I got to dig through all the manure to find the soil first.
Too much manure kills something because of all the acids in it.
Yeah, all that chemical and manure everywhere. I got to dig with my shovel here just to get a good seed in there sometime, you know. It's smelly over there. Whew.
I'll be right back. Oh,
Shabbat shalom, everybody.
Shabbat shalom.
Shabbat shalom, brother.
All righty, man. So sorry about the late start. I was up late last night. So we're in Exodus 13 today. And we're done with we got through the plagues and all that from last week. And we're now into chapter 13. And so who would like to get us started today? Reading chapter 13 for us. June, go ahead.
And Yahuwah spoke to Moshe, saying, set apart to me all the firstborn, the one opening the womb among the children of Israel, among man and among beast. It is mine. And Moshe said to the people, remember this yom in which you went out of Mitzrayim, out of the house of slavery. For by strength of hand, Yahuwah brought you out of this place, and whatever is leavened shall not be eaten. Today you are going out in the month of Abib. And it shall be when Yahuwah brings you into the land of the Canaanites and the Kittites and the Amorites and the Cuis and the Jebusites, which he swore to your fathers to give you, a land flowing with milk and honey, that you shall keep this service in this month. 7 yomim you eat unleavened bread, and on the 7th yom it is a festival to Yahuwah. Unleavened bread is to be eaten the 7 yomim, and whatever is leavened is not to be seen with you. And leaven is not to be seen with you within all your border. And you shall inform your son in that yom, saying, it is because of what Yahuwah did for me when I came up from Mitzrayim. And it shall be as a sign to you on your hand, and as a reminder between your eyes, that the Torah of Yahuwah is to be in your mouth, for with a strong hand Yahuwah has brought you out of Mitzrayim. And you shall guard this law at its appointed time from year to year. And it shall be when Yahuwah brings you into the land of the Canaanites, as he swore to you and your fathers, and gives it to you, that you shall pass over to Yahuwah every one opening the womb, and every firstborn that comes from your livestock. The males belong to Yahuwah.
Okay, hang on now. Okay, so what does that mean? I mean, obviously here, if we go back to last week, you see where he starts talking about the law of the Passover, right? Up in 12:43, remember that? And Yahuwah said to Moshe and Aaron, this is the law of the Passover. So the law of the Passover from Exodus 12:43 down. And so now he starts talking about unleavened bread here. They're establishing the appointed times are beginning to be established. But what does he mean here when he's saying that? Let me see. I think we all pretty much know all that kind of stuff. So back down here, and when he says that you shall pass over to you every one opening the womb, and every firstborn that comes from your livestock, the males belong to Yahuwah. But then up here he says that, let me see, where is that? Okay, and 2, set apart to me all the firstborn, the opening the womb among the children of Israel, among man and among the beast is mine. What's he talking about? What's all this about? Go ahead, Roz.
The birthright, that's what Esau had given up, was his birthright for the pottage of red lentils. And it just, if you don't do it, then you are turning against the father, because even girls, like I'm a firstborn, so I'd be his, So if I had turned it away, then I would have been going against the father totally.
Phyllis?
I believe the firstborn child of a man was supposed to be dedicated to Yahushua, and a sacrifice was to be made to redeem him.
Right. That's right. So they weren't supposed to sacrifice their firstborn human child, but they were to be dedicated to the service of Yahuwah.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And so we see this played out sometimes when, like, certain barren women, would have children, and then they would take and they would dedicate the child to the service of the temple and leave the child there to be raised by the priest, the firstborn, and things like that. So, and that's correct. But what I'm saying is here, it says back in 2, it says, set apart to me all the firstborn, the one opening the womb among the children of Israel, which would be humans, among man and among the beast. It is mine. Okay. All right. So then over here in 12, it says that you shall pass over to Yahuwah, every one opening the womb, and every firstborn that comes from your livestock, the males belong to me. So you shall pass over to you every one opening the womb. So what does that mean? First of all, you're saying the firstborn of man and beast. Now it says, pass over to Yahuwah, everyone opening the womb. Oh, something different there. Isn't that different? Go ahead, Phyllis. Anybody else got any thoughts on that? June?
Would it be male or female? Would it mean that it could be male or female, regardless of what they were born? I don't know.
Back up one. And it shall be when Yahuwah brings you into the land of the Canaanites, as he swore to you and your fathers, and gives it to you, that you shall pass over to Yahuwah, everyone opening the womb. Go ahead, Phyllis.
It says every firstborn male.
Where does it say that? I'm talking about verse 12 now.
From your livestock, the males belong to Yahuwah.
That you shall pass over to Yahuwah, every one opening the womb, and every firstborn and every firstborn. That includes the firstborn. That comes from your livestock. The males belong to you. So what's the every one opening the womb and the firstborn? See what I'm saying? It's an addition. What's going on there, man?
I disagree with you. I think because the Hebrew tradition is to only talk about men, and the further you read, the more you read, he's just talking about the firstborn of man, the firstborn man.
Anybody else got any thoughts or comments on that? Go ahead, Chance.
Over here in chapter 11, I was just reading this, and it says, about midnight, I'm going out into the land of Natsarim, and all the firstborn in the land of Natsarim shall die. The firstborn of Pharaoh who sits on the throne, even the firstborn of the female servant who is behind the handmill, and the firstborn of the cattle. So it sounds like it's some kind of like, I don't know, like a remembrance or something. You know what I mean? Like of the plagues, or like, he's the Passover. Wasn't this the like one of the last plagues here that before they were freed? So maybe it's like bringing in like some kind of like commemoration or honor to that. You know what I mean?
And I mean, that could be why he wants the firstborn. I mean, that's a possibility that's why you have to sacrifice the firstborn animals to you. That could be. That's a possibility. Ross, go ahead.
I had been alerted to this scripture a few weeks back, and it's in Genesis chapter 5, and it's verse 2. Male and female, he created them, and he blessed them and called their name Adam. In the Yom, they were created. So male and female, they were separate as far as that they had two distinctive things, but they were the same to the Father because they were both named Adam. And then Eve got the name Kua later. But before that, everybody was Adam, both male and female. So I think that it really doesn't matter, because it's not saying that it matters in there. The firstborn is the firstborn.
So you're kind of agreeing with what June said then?
Mm-hmm.
I'll say back up to 2. Set apart to me all the firstborn. Okay, it says all the firstborn, right? The one opening the womb among the children of Israel, among man and among beast, it is mine. So I think this right here is fairly clear that among man and among beast, the firstborn to come out of the womb belongs to Yahuwah. I think that's pretty clear. It really doesn't say women, but man or Adam can be both prior to the separation. Okay. And so prior to the fall, like Ross is saying, the man and the woman was not separated, and they didn't even have separate names. They had the same name because they were the same person as far as Yahuwah was concerned. But after the fall and everything, that's when Adam gave Eve or Kua her own name. And there's where the separation came in between the male and the female as far as humanity goes. Right? So it's kind of odd that they say my better half. You ever hear anybody say that, describing their spouse? I so deep down in your subconscious awareness, I think we know that there's not supposed to be that separation. And really strangely, Scripture tells us there'll be no male and female in the eternal reign. Do you think that he's going to bring the halves back together, back into one, like in the beginning? I mean, it's a possibility. That's what I'm saying, Rob. I'm just, trying to elaborate on what you said there. But here in 2, there's no doubt. I mean, it's fairly clear that this is talking about the firstborn male among humans and beasts. But see what it says here, among the children of Israel. You see that? See that statement? That would absolutely include women. Would it not? Okay, so keep that thought in mind. Let's go back to 12. That you shall pass over to Yahuwah, everyone, says everyone, like in the children of Israel, opening the womb, and every and is an addition. We have a comma, we have and. I know there's no commas, capitalization, any of that kind of stuff in the original texts, but there's a separation here making this a compound sentence. Okay. We're in more modern times now. The original text just went on and on and on. Okay. There was no periods. There was no commas. There was no capitalization, none of that. Okay. But in modern times, things change. So now there is. So we got to kind of deal with what we got in our era, right? So this is a compound sentence, which means there's a break. In other words, this could be 2 sentences. They could put a period there just as easy and make it another sentence if they wanted to. All right. And so and is an addition in that sentence. Every firstborn that comes from your livestock, the males belong to Yahuwah. So then the compound sentence is talking about animals. That second half. So the first half then must be talking about what? The children of Israel. So that you shall pass over to Yahuwah, everyone opening the womb. That means everyone born to the children of Israel belongs to Yahuwah. In my opinion. He's talking about humans. And then when you get the break, the compound sentence there, and the addition, every firstborn that comes from the livestock, the males belong to Yahuwah. So just the males of the animals belong to Yahuwah. So apparently they weren't allowed to sacrifice female animals. Have you ever heard of them sacrificing a female animal? What's it? Ew. EWE. What is that?
That's a female. And they did sacrifice them.
That's right.
Aren't the cows, the red heifers, aren't they females?
Yes. So this isn't saying that you can only sacrifice a male, is it? It's saying, and every firstborn that comes from your livestock, the males belong to Yahuwah. That's all it's really saying. This is the males belong to Yahuwah. It doesn't say the female animals do, but it does say the males do. But it doesn't forbid sacrificing of them under certain conditions, does it? No.
Mm-mm.
And so the firstborn males were used for specific offerings, specific sacrifices. It had to be a male. During other sacrifices, it wasn't required to be a male. But under specific sacrifices, it was. All right. So what do y'all think that means? And that you shall pass to Yahuwah everyone opening the womb and every firstborn that comes from your livestock. The males belong to Yahuwah. So So you shall pass over to Yahuwah. What does that mean? Pass over to Yahuwah. Everyone opening the womb. What's that mean? What does it mean when you pass something over? Anybody got any thoughts? This is a lot deeper than meets the eye, isn't it? Go ahead, Ross.
Is it that they're automatically his? Meaning, I mean, it's already saying that, but the fact that they're passing over, that's like the Passover where they passed over through the water, the Red Sea, going to the other side. And also, is that possibly that they have the Ruach with them, the Ruach HaKodesh? And was that also maybe like an immersion with him, you know, coming, opening up the womb?
Yeah. I think traditionally people see this as male, but it really isn't saying that. But yeah, what you're saying about the Passover, yes. And so requiring them to be set apart to Yahuwah, right? Requiring them to be dedicated to Yahuwah as belonging to him, given to him, pass over to him. All of the children of Israel. So this would be like divine ownership, if you will. Maybe foreshadowing the ultimate redemption. Are you not paying, redeeming? Is there not a price when you dedicate or pass over something or dedicate something to someone else? Does that not become theirs? Is this not sort of like the best of everything, the best that you have, which would be your offspring? Would that not be the best that you have? Could this be a Thanksgiving offering? Pass over to Yahuwah. Phyllis?
It could also be a tricky thing because you're giving him the firstborn. You don't know if there's going to be any more after that.
Yeah, it's a big sacrifice. Go ahead, Ross.
First fruit. So you got the Passover and then you've got the birth, and that's the first fruit. So that's kind of living out what it is later on, isn't it? What this is saying.
Yeah, it's kind of like consecration.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And yeah, exactly. So it's teaching, to me, it's teaching the principle of consecrating the first and the best that we have to Yahuwah, signifying here then that everyone or everything, if you will, belongs to Yahuwah, not to us. You know, I often thought, you know, when we die, we can't take anything with us, right? So when you think about that, then you say, well, everything that I've massed together, everything that I've collected and brought into ownership, right? Does it really belong to me? And the answer is no, it really doesn't. So it makes us a steward of sorts to someone, because it belongs to somebody. If it's not ours, then whose? Okay. And so everything that we have, at least as far as I'm concerned, everything I have is Yahuwah's. And I'm only a steward or a caregiver that's supposed to take care of it and look after it. The better you are at it, the more he gives you to take care of. And so I'm thinking that that you shall pass over to Yahuwah every one opening the womb is kind of a consecration. The first and the best of everything belongs to Yahuwah, but also signifying here that everything belongs to Yahuwah. The way I'm seeing it and the way I'm reading it. Has anybody got any other thoughts on that? Go ahead, JJ.
I just kind of wanted to touch on that because I actually got into like a little, it wasn't really an argument. I guess it was a disagreement because she did not, I was letting her know that I put Yahuwah above everybody, above my children, because they are not my children. They are his children. I was just given the opportunity to raise them. I was chosen to raise them. They are not mine. They are his. And she, man, if she didn't think I was the nuttiest person in the whole wide world because I loved him more than my children. But I said, they are not mine. They are his. So they do not belong to me. Nothing on this earth belongs to me whatsoever. So I just wanted to say that you reminded me of that.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Okay. I mean, anybody else? I mean, are we following along here? I mean, everybody looks like they got a puzzled look on your faces this morning. Is there anybody that thinks that not everything belongs to Yahuwah? That it belongs to you or Satan or somebody else? Roz?
Something that just came to me too was that he gave his firstborn up during the Passover. So his, so it's all connected. Firstborns are connected like that.
Right.
He's saying to pass over to him.
Right.
He connects everything. It's like everything is, he speaks in multiple layers with everything.
Right. Yeah. And so he's definitely showing the significance of him offering his firstborn. Right.
Yeah.
So everything you have is not equivalent to my firstborn. So give it to me. Pass it over to me. You don't get it. It's not yours. Pass it over. Give it here.
Mm-hmm.
Look at let me see here. Some of these comments here. Yahuwah claiming authority and power of first fruits of all existence.
Mm-hmm.
And everything else as well. He's claiming it everything, in my opinion. Sounds like it's saying everyone should be following Yahuwah, not just the firstborn. Correct. As we read through scriptures, don't we find out that usually the firstborn loses their status and it passes to the secondborn? Almost in most cases, it does. So that would be that you would see here that to me, it's like Yahuwah saying, look, it's not just the firstborn, it's everything's mine. And so that's why he strips that firstborn status. But I also think it has a lot to do with the golden calf incident, which we won't get into until chapter 30 or whatever it is. Well, yeah, I agree with that, Rick, for sure. And all the children, right? All the children belong to him is what this is saying. If the best belongs to Yahuwah, so then does the least. Yeah, is he not the first and the last? Yeah, he is. So the first belongs to him and the last belongs to him. And everything in between. That's what I think this is saying. No. If anybody's got any other thoughts, speak up. Go ahead, Ross.
I don't remember what scripture that it's in, but remember when Yahusha was speaking and he said that with everything that Yehukanan did, he's still not as high as what the least of the one that's the least. So he's under the one that's the least, which that would mean, just what you're saying.
Yahusha humbled himself below every man.
Mm-hmm.
He took the last position and put all mankind above himself. Absolutely did. But look, the blessing of Joseph, for instance. Joseph wasn't the firstborn. Maybe of his mom, yeah, and then his little brother Benjamin, but not of Jacob. I mean, that's where it all counts as far as inheritance goes. Inheritance didn't come from the mother, came through the father. So there's a lot of different examples we can get into here. And one word of caution is there is a sect out there on the internet, and sad to report that some of them used to be Natsarim. And they have this weird thing that if you're the firstborn, you belong to Yahuwah and everybody else is getting thrown into the lake of fire. And that's what they teach. And I don't really understand their doctrine, nor do I want to, but I know that that's one of the things they believe. So be careful with all that. Watch what you're reading and researching. Be careful. JJ, go ahead.
Is that the Hebrew Israelites that you're speaking of, Brother Mark? That's what I was thinking, because I've watched quite a few of their stuff, and yeah, we're all Gentiles to them.
Yeah, Yahuwah's really, yeah. I'll go along with to paraphrase this, that Yahuwah is absolutely is saying, you owe me. Redeem your firstborn, right? Ransom your firstborn. Not redeem. Ransom your firstborn. You owe me. Of course, that's what he's saying. Because he spared yours. Did he not? Did all the firstborn die at the first Passover? Did they? During that last plague? Did all the firstborn die, Ross?
Only the Egyptians. The Yasharites did not lose a single animal, nor did they lose a single child.
Right. So, paraphrasing then, Yahuwah is saying, you owe me your firstborns because I spared your firstborn. So every child or animal born first, you must pass it over to me, dedicate it to me. Either through dedicating them, or redeeming them with a sacrifice and in remembrance of how Yahuwah saved the children of Israel from slavery, from the Egyptians, and death of the firstborn in Egypt, how he passed over them and did not kill the firstborn of Israel, not even their animal. Go ahead, Phyllis.
What does that look like today? When we can't sacrifice any animals, how do we dedicate our firstborns today?
Well, it's either by dedicating them or by redeeming them with the sacrifice. To me, when your child's born, you should offer it to Yahuwah. dedicated to Yahuwah and is to Yahuwah's service, to be done with his will. Whether he wants to use the child or not, that's up to him. I did it. I'll just be quite frank about it. Any other thoughts, comments, or questions? Roz?
That's why we unalive the flesh all the time.
That's what?
That's why we unalive the flesh.
Oh.
That's how we do it. That's our sacrifice, is unaliving the flesh every day. By getting rid of the world, the false doctrines, and all that. That's how we make sacrifices now.
Yeah. Another thing that we can take into consideration, I guess, is the Hebrew term set apart. Right? And so set apart, literally, in the literal sense, means to cause to pass over onto Yahuwah. Okay, so by setting your children apart or your firstborn apart, then you're passing it over to Yahuwah. And so that could be another thing, that you shall pass over to Yahuwah, set apart. That could be set apart. Everyone opening the womb. To me, that means all your children. When you see it in that reflection, I mean, it seems like all of them are to be set apart to Yahuwah. Okay, so the firstborn seems to have some kind of sacrificial or redeeming type significance, but I think all the children are to be set apart to Yahuwah. You pass over to Yahuwah here. Why? Because everything belongs to him. That's why. In other words, you're basically confessing or acknowledging that everything belongs to Yahuwah. Okay, and so in a way, then not only is that worshiping and acknowledging his sovereignty, but also humbling yourself. It's showing humility and understanding and wisdom that all things do belong to him, and we're to pass it over to him. I mean, we can go deep and deeper and deeper and deeper here. I mean, I can really get crazy with this, but I mean, I don't want to spend all day on that verse. But I mean, are y'all picking up what I'm laying down on this? There just seems to be there's something else here. This isn't just specifically talking about the firstborn, is it? Let's read on and find out. See if we can find get together more information to get a better understanding then. Okay, June, let's go ahead.
Exodus 13:13. But every firstborn of a donkey you are to ransom with a lamb. And if you do not ransom it, then you shall break its neck. And every firstborn of man among your sons you are to ransom. And it shall be, when your son asks you in time to come, saying, what is this? Then you shall say to him, by strength of hand Yahuwah brought us out of Mitzrayim, out of the house of bondage. And it came to be, when Pharaoh was too hardened to let us go, that Yahuwah killed every firstborn in the land of Mitzrayim, both the firstborn of man and the firstborn of beast. Therefore, I am slaughtering to Yahuwah every male that opened the womb, but every firstborn of my sons I ransom.
Okay, stop. Now, what does that mean? Therefore, I am slaughtering to Yahuwah every male that opens the womb, but every firstborn of my sons I ransom. What does that mean? Anybody? Phyllis?
It means that the males are the ones that are being set apart to Yahuwah.
Just the males? No females? Anybody else got any thoughts on that? I guess go ahead, Ross.
I think it's everybody, male and female. But also, Yahusha was ransomed for us.
I guess we need to know what ransom means. What's ransom mean?
Paying something up, paying for something that happened. Like a ransom when somebody's kidnapped, they pay a ransom to get that one back.
Okay, so then what's redeem?
Forgiven.
No. If you're ransoming to pay for something, what's redeeming? So if you're going to pay a ransom for something just say it's a cow, and you pay the ransom, the people say, I got your cow, came onto my property. If you want it back, there's a $10. I'm going to charge you $10 ransom. You pay the $10, you get the cow back, right? So what's redeeming, Phyllis?
Redeeming is when you actually call your note and say, I want this paid now. It's what's going to happen when Yahusha comes back. We'll be redeemed as he's our redeemer.
Yes, that's close. Close. Go ahead, Chance.
Purchased with the blood and redeemed from death. The price was paid.
Buying back? Yeah,
Redeeming,
sort of. Buying back, yeah. Right. Redeeming. So basically, what redeeming can be is, so you have purchased something, right? But you have not taken possession of it yet. And then you come and then you take possession. Or you say you gave a down payment on something, and then you came back and then you paid it in full, and then you took your property back. Either way, that's redeeming. So it's something that was purchased earlier, but you didn't take possession of it yet, but then you come back and you take possession, either because you paid it in full or you gave a down payment, you came back and paid the balance and then took your property back, right? So in a way it's buying back, but ransom is more of a buying back, right? So like I say, if they took, there's a thin line there. It's almost the same, but is if somebody took your cow and he said, I'm not giving it to you because it was on my property, it rightfully belongs to me. And, but if you want it back, pay the ransom. Or we see that in kidnapping cases, right? Back in the old West, where a bunch of cowboys would steal somebody's rich man's daughter or something, and they would set a ransom. Well, if you want her back, give us $1 million ransom, right, to get your property back. So it could be just like that as well. Ransom. Redeeming is something that you actually paid for, but didn't take into possession quite yet. Go ahead, Ross.
We redeem coupons for when we're getting merchandise, right?
What's that?
So is it like two forms of payment?
What is? Oh,
When we have coupons. When we go to buy it, we redeem those coupons.
Yeah.
And we're making a payment. So the ransom is maybe the payment, which is the and then the, so it's like two forms of payment.
Where did the law of the Passover come from? Why did that happen? Why did we get a law of the Passover? Where's that coming from, Ross?
When they were coming out of Mitzrayim, and he said that everybody had to do it from then on, to reenact it by putting the blood on the post to show that they were protected, that they were covered by him.
All right. So the Passover is by establishing, the power and the deliverance of the Hebrew from the clutches of Pharaoh, and the price that Pharaoh paid in order for Yahuwah to get his property back, the death of the firstborn and all that was established the Passover and the law of the firstborn. That's where it came from. And so that's why they have to do that. All right. Everybody seeing that? Roz?
Something that's always puzzled me was, I wonder if Pharaoh was a firstborn. As he dies late? No.
No, he didn't die. So obviously not.
But was it just to affect them? Because I'm sure that some of them were.
His son died.
Mm-hmm. But he died later.
Yeah, but that wasn't anything to do with the Passover. He was an Egyptian, so if he was the firstborn, he would have died. His son died, so he might as well have died.
Mm-hmm.
So Rick's saying ransom to obtain the release of by paying a certain price. Yeah, that's the ransom. And so to obtain the release of the children of Israel, the ransom that was charged to Pharaoh was the death of the firstborn of Egypt. We could see it like that. And so this would the redeeming or the buying back of the firstborn is a reminder of Yahuwah's mighty deliverance and power over Pharaoh's stubbornness, if you will. So this is what established the basic Passover theme and the law of the firstborn. Ross, go ahead.
When you pay a ransom, it's to get something back that's yours.
Right.
So was he paying for them to be freed from Yahuwah?
Yeah, because
for the Egyptians.
Everything belonged to Yahuwah, even Pharaoh.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but he paid to be freed from all the pestilence that was being put on them. You see what I mean?
Not really, because he didn't care, did he? I mean, he was lying, all kinds of stuff. But when the last plague of the firstborn died, especially his own son died,
mm-hmm.
and it broke him.
Mm-hmm.
He was like, I mean, the cry throughout the land of Egypt was so great at that point. I mean, he really didn't have much choice. I mean, he was broke. And so, at that point, a human being, they don't care about anything anymore. There's nothing. What do you care about at that point? Nothing. But he recovers. And then when he recovers, then his anger, hatred starts brewing. And that's when he goes after the children of Israel, at the Red Sea crossing. We haven't got there yet, but that's what happens, after they come out of that shock and awe, I guess, that breaks them down. See what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And then redemption, the act of purchasing back something previously sold. And so if you've only given a down payment, then it stays in possession of the original owner until you go and pay the balance, and then you get it back. But it's previously sold because they can't sell to anybody else because you've already put a down payment on it. See that? But if you paid the full price and they're just holding it for you till you come back and redeem your property, because it's now belongs to you, but they're hanging on to it till you can get back and claim the property, redeem your property back from them at that point. See, so it depends if there's a down payment or did you pay it in full. Well, once that you do that and you leave that with somebody, what can they do? Maybe they say, well, I'll tell you what, I'll hold it for 1 year. And if you don't come back and get it by 1 year, this may happen and that may happen. They depend on your agreement too, as well, right? So just say, they said, if you don't come back within 1 year and get this, then by default, it becomes mine. Or they can say, okay, I'll keep it here for as long as you want to, but you're going to pay me $100 a month rent for storing it here and keeping it for you, watching over it for you. See what I'm saying? So it can be either way. It depends on the agreement. All right. So ransom and redemption, two different things, in a way similar, but different. All right. So therefore I am slaughtering to Yahuwah every male that opens the womb. But obviously this is talking about animals, but every firstborn of my sons I ransom. So what does that mean now? I mean, what does this mean? But every firstborn of a donkey you are to ransom with a lamb. And if you do not ransom it, then you shall break its neck. What does that mean? Phyllis?
Donkeys weren't of much value.
Yeah. Well, this is symbolizing their redemption, okay, and setting them apart to Yahuwah. So the act of redeeming the first son, often with a payment or a substitution, symbolizes a price being paid to liberate them, to take them back, buy them back, return them, liberate them from that person. Okay, so now we see redemption is all throughout the entire scriptures, really, isn't it? Isn't redemption a main theme, or the major theme even throughout the entire scriptures? That it is. It carries all the way through the Tanakh and continues on even through the Natsarim writings. up until to Yahusha. It continues on. It's a main theme found throughout scriptures here, right? So I think this is probably meant to remind people, or at least establish belief and gratitude through future generations of what, the saving power or whatever of Yahuwah's ability to deliver his people from the world, really. I mean, Egypt's really foreshadowing the world here. So what do you all think that means? Go ahead, Roz.
Is it possibly that we're paying back by faith and belief?
Paying back by, say that again?
Paying back for the how he saved them.
Oh.
We're paying back by our faith in Yahuwah and our belief in him. Our faith that he can do anything, and our belief, or not.
JJ?
I actually wanted to hear what Sister Sandra had to say. She had her hand up for a while, so I was just wanting to see what she had to say.
I'm sorry. I was kind of wondering, does it have anything to do with Yahuwah? The donkey represents the lowborn of the earth, that Yahuwah is going to ransom with his son Yahusha. Is that a possibility?
Yeah, I think it's a lesson in substitution, for sure. Anybody else?
In support of what Sister Sandra said, I was sitting here myself thinking about how Yahusha rode the lowliest of animals into Jerusalem, and I was wondering if there was a connection.
I think there's a lesson in substitution there. In other words, acknowledging Yahuwah's ownership of everything and the greater value of human life over animal life, or pointing to Yahusha's sacrifice, obviously here. So, yeah, Sandra, I think there's a little bit of, every firstborn of a donkey you are to ransom with a lamb would be symbolic now in the Hebraic mindset, would be kind of symbolic for uncleanness or an unredeemed person or thing, and unclean. Okay. And needing a lamb, if you will, as a substitute in order to clean it. And so pointing at the Lamb of Yahuwah, of course, Yahusha, over unclean man. And I think that's what this, obviously, this metaphor speaking of. Roz?
If you actually look at videos, because I have somebody that's in the family that's wanting to purchase a donkey. If you look at a donkey, they run around like a little child. They kick their feet up, they're running around happy all the time. They're very loyal. They come as like a little child, to you. And that might be how he's wanting us to be like children, with with joy and wanting to learn and everything. But at the same time, donkeys are stubborn.
Oh yeah, I mean it's definitely foreshadowing Yahusha here. Okay, absolutely, and the lamb substitute for the donkey is depicting Yahusha. Obviously the Lamb of Yahuwah. And of course his the innocent blood redeems people from judgment. Brings them from slavery into service. This, obviously, what this is depicting here. JJ, go ahead. If I don't see your hand up, just say something. Sometimes I don't. I'm thinking and I'm not looking.
You're not. I was just hesitating. I don't know why I'm hesitating, but it just kind of popped into my head that how we're all born of man, free will, until we knock and receive, and we are born again, through a water, through the immersion, and that's basically you're firstborn again. I don't know why that popped into my head, but that's just what it was like. You're like a firstborn once you're born again, once you come out of the immersion into Yahusha. So you're basically a brand new firstborn son. Am I hitting something maybe?
Yeah. Once you're reborn, you're enrolled in the scroll of the firstborn in heaven. Yeah, you become firstborn to Yahuwah. And yeah, that's the ultimate depiction here of what this is all talking about for sure. Like I said, we'll get into it here in a little bit, but or at least later on, but the Levites took over, okay, the right of the firstborn, and when that happened, the Levites stepped into that role or served in the firstborn's stead, okay. And then later on, the firstborn were redeemed with silver. So they would give silver to the temple and then even dedicate the firstborn at the temple as well. And there was a dedication that involved the circumcision of males at 8 days old as well at the temple. And all of this reflects the high value that Yahuwah put on human life, if you will. But we'll get into that later on when you'll see where the Levites take over this firstborn thing. Okay, and then later on, what JJ said. Go ahead, Roz.
The males got circumcised, but what did the females do? I mean, did that mean that back then they weren't able to be? But yet it says it in this.
Female? What do you mean?
Like later on, it says the circumcision of the heart. But in the first place, it's the circumcision of the male. So how did the woman get brought into it for that?
Yeah, well, nowadays, our water immersion is our circumcision.
Mm-hmm.
And so women,
but I'm talking about back then.
The women didn't get circumcised back then.
No, I know. But so how did they get redeemed?
I mean, there is a such thing as female circumcision, but they weren't practicing that. You know what I mean? How did they get redeemed?
Yeah, how did they?
Scripture says through childbirth. by having a child.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else? If you get my drift on that, but
I thought it could be something, I don't know, maybe more practical on that verse. Like, because it's saying that, like, the first, and you shall, the firstborn of a donkey you are to ransom with a lamb. And if you do not ransom it, then you shall break its neck. I thought it's more like, because it's a donkey, it's an unclean animal, so you don't offer the donkey to the altar of Yahuwah. Instead of that, you offer the lamb. And if you don't have a lamb, then you kill the donkey. But because on those days, everybody had a donkey. You know, it's like the same way pretty much everybody has a cell phone today. Everybody had a donkey on those days, most likely.
And the shepherd may not think that the donkey was worth his lamb.
Or they didn't have lambs for some reason. But you can't offer the donkey because it's unclean to the altar of Yahuwah. You have to offer a lamb. And if you don't have a lamb, then you killed your donkey.
Yeah, but this is symbolic. It's metaphoric. This isn't actually speaking of that. It was the act that they would literally do, but it had a spiritual meaning. It wasn't a value from animal to animal value or anything like that. It's more symbolic of it. It was a foreshadow of the Lamb of Yahuwah. Okay, that would be sacrificed for the flesh, for man. Okay, that's what it's symbolic of. Go to 1 Timothy 2:15. This is a very, actually, very powerful chapter, really. But let's go down, let's skip some of that and go down to 14 and 15. So 1 Timothy 2:14 and 15. And Adam was not deceived, but the Asha, having been deceived, fell into transgression. But she shall be delivered in childbearing if they continue in belief and love and kodeshness with sensibleness. There that is, Ross. And we know, to me, I mean, I might be wrong on this, but something's hitting my memory banks here that I read somewhere a long time ago. That's something to do with consummation of marriage was considered their circumcision because it involved blood. You know what I'm saying? And so does taking off the foreskin and breaking of the whatever, when they first had sex, when they were a virgin, and then they would bleed, would be considered their circumcision. I mean, it's just something ringing in my head about that, and I can't quite remember where I even read that at, but since you mentioned it, you're jarring my memory now. Something I forgot about a while ago. You picking up what I'm laying down on that? Something to that. You may want to research it, but I remember there was something.
Their spirit is combined at that point. They become one.
They come back to one again. Right. That's right. That's why the woman would take on the name of the husband. Or now it's the last name, the surname, but back then it was even the name they would come back into. So they would say Abraham's wife, for instance, or Abraham's Asha, rather than call her by her name. That was just something they did, But nowadays, the woman takes on the surname, of course. Mary Smith, married to Mark Smith or whatever. Takes on the last name, which shows that they're back together as one, living under one name again. It's what it's supposed to symbolize anyway. But yeah, I mean, we can bounce that around all day long too.
Yeah. Thank you.
All right. Anything else, you guys? Anybody else? Okay. So did we figure out then what that means? Therefore, I am slaughtering to Yahuwah every male that opened the womb, but every firstborn of my sons I ransom. We got that now? All right, June, let's continue on then.
Okay, Exodus 13:16. And it came to be as a sign on your hand and as frontlets between your eyes. For by strength of hand, Yahuwah brought us out of Mizraim. And it came to be when Pharaoh had let the people go, that Elohim did not lead them by the way of the land of the Philistines, though that was nearer. For Elohim said, lest the people regret when they see fighting and return to Mizraim. So Elohim led the people around by the way of the wilderness of the Sea of Reeds. And the children of Israel went up armed from the land of Mizraim. And Moshe took the bones of Joseph with him, for he certainly made the children of Israel swear, saying, Elohim shall certainly visit you, and you shall bring my bones from here with you. And they departed from Succoth and camped in Etham at the edge of the wilderness. And Yahuwah went before them by Yom in a column of cloud to lead the way, and by Layla in a column of fire to give them light, so as to go by Yom and Layla. The column of cloud did not cease by Yom, nor the column of fire by Layla before the people.
Okay. Thank you, June. All right. So back to 16 now. It says, and it shall be as a sign on your hand, as frontlets between your eyes, for by strength of hand Yahuwah brought us out of Mitzrayim. What's he talking about here? What's he talking about? JJ?
He's talking about his commandments and his, yeah.
Has he given them the 10 Commandments yet?
Oh, no.
No.
Just kidding.
Yep, they haven't got to Sinai yet. Have they even entered into the Sea of Reeds yet? No. It's really weird. You think about this. Okay, so here they are. They're leaving Egypt, right? And there's over 1 million people here, plus animals and their goods, their possessions, everything, carts, wagons, whatever. Over 1 million people. Do you know how long it takes to move that many people? Just say 100 miles. It takes a long time, but yet these people got there fairly quickly. Why? How'd that happen? Just think about that. We'll get back to it. But for now, what do you think this is? And it shall be a sign. What is he talking about? Are we staying in context, or are you guys off context on me? Go ahead, Phyllis.
We've been talking about the Passover, so I assume the Passover is the sign.
I would assume the same thing. And unleavened bread as well. And so it seems to be that this sign on your hand and frontlets between your eyes for the strength of the hand of Yahuwah brought us out of Egypt. would be the remembrance of the Passover. It seems to me. Passover law is what we've been talking about. Right? So what does that mean? I mean, it's obviously a Hebraic idiomatic type expression here. And it shall be as a sign. But the Yehudim take this literally because they tie the little box on their hand and they wrap that leather around their right arm as a kind of like, it's kind of like symbolic of a wedding ring is what that is, that they tie that stuff around their right arm. But up here is the remembrance of what they were told to do. In that little box they put on their forehead. They're kind of like taking it literal, aren't they? But what does it really mean? And it shall be a sign on your hand and its frontlets between your eyes. What does that mean? It's idiom. It's an idiom expression. Go ahead, Jim.
I'm thinking it would be like the law of what he's told them to do, and the remembrance is written inside their head, which would include their heart. And then as they live that out, they live it out through doing it with their hands so that everyone can see that what they're doing, that it comes from inside.
Oh, yeah. That's pretty cool. Go ahead, Roz.
I was going to actually say the same thing too, but it's also that they didn't have to be told. They shouldn't have to be told to do it. It should come naturally to them to do what the Father wants, and not for him to have to say, doggone it, why didn't y'all do this again? You should have done this for me. And then they have to go through something else. That's why they kept getting punished. So he wanted it so that they just did it themselves without having to be told again.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree with you guys on it. I think it, if I recall, that's been a while back too, but I think this means that, so make it become part of your life, who you are, your lifestyle, who you are. You're right. You're known by this type thing. And like you're saying, like a natural, just the way it is, the way these people live, their lifestyle, their life, and of course, Yahuwah being foremost in the front of your mind and your forehead. First thought you wake up in the morning is Yahuwah. The last thought when you go to bed at night is Yahuwah. And of course, like I said, the thing they wrap around their arm is a sign of like a wedding band, a wedding ring or something, saying that they're married to Yahuwah and they're keeping the vow, their marriage vows to their husband type thing. Interesting that it's here, isn't it? Because we associate that with the Shema, don't we? But yet here we find it written here in Exodus. And so what does that tell you? Since we know it's part of the Shema, but now we're seeing it in Exodus, what does that tell us? It tells us something very clearly. Phyllis?
It tells us that we should live our faith, our belief daily, and let it always be everything that we see and think and everything that we do. We should be doing it for Yahuwah.
Yeah. So it's telling us that it's this is not a literal something literal we're supposed to do. This is part of our lifestyle, right? That you see what I'm saying? So to tie a box on your forehead, wrap that thing around your arm, isn't what this is telling you to do. Okay. So obviously it's a idiomatic expression. So it's telling us that this should be our life, our lifestyle. Go ahead, Phyllis.
Oh, I just wanted to mention if they literally do that stuff, they're not making it their lifestyle. It's just they're putting that part of their life in a box themselves.
Yeah. And they're not thinking outside the box. So who had the hand up? Somebody did. Chance?
Well, what's screaming out to me here is your thoughts and your actions. Your hand would be your actions, and your mind would be your thoughts. You remember, remembering you're separated from the world. You're dedicated. Remember that you were freed with a strong hand and outstretched arm. Yahuwah, keeping that in your thoughts, your actions being humble.
All right. That's right. Anybody else? All right. The other thing here is in 21. Well, notice, they're taking Joseph's bones with them, right? They're hauling his casket around. And they do so until they enter into they cross over, and then they take his bones up and bury him where he told them to. But notice here they departed Succoth. How did that get named Succoth? Anybody know? Why is that called Succoth? There in 20. And they departed from Succoth and camped in Etham at the edge of the wilderness, which would have been the wilderness of the Sea of Reeds. All right. Yeah. Back in 18. So Elohim led the people around by way of the wilderness of the Sea of Reeds. And so they departed from Succoth and camped in Etham at the edge of the wilderness. Ross?
It was already named Succoth.
Yeah. Yes, it was.
And then the Father incorporated that into the name of what they did and why it's called that.
Right. Where did that come from?
I don't know. I've never heard that, but I just know that it was named.
Yeah, we read it earlier. We read about it earlier. Go ahead, Phyllis. Not today, but a couple days ago.
Is that when Jacob put the rock under his head and then claimed that this would be Sukkoth because he tabernacled with Yahuwah, or because Yahuwah was with him there? When he tangled with Yahuwah, when he struggled with him, is that when? Was it
Peniel, wasn't it?
Okay.
Peniel, wasn't it?
Probably. I'm wrong.
No, I'm not. Mine's not. But no, but you're right. It's, Jacob was the first one to ever build Succoth. And so it was called Succoth. Remember, he was the very first one to make a temporary animal shelter in the land. And that's why they named it Succoth.
I've got that, Mark. It's Genesis 33:17.
Yeah, read that.
And Jacob set out to Succoth and built himself a house and made booths for his livestock. That is why the name of the place is called Succoth.
There it is. Okay, so that was the first time recorded anyway that we knew of anybody.
Excuse me, what scripture was that?
It's Genesis 33:17.
Todata.
Okay, now 21. And Yahuwah went before them by day in a column of cloud to lead the way by night, in a column of fire to give them light, so as to go by day and by night. The column of cloud did not cease by day, and the column of fire by night before the people. What does that mean? What is that? What's up with the column of cloud and the column of fire? What is that? Phyllis?
The light of Yahusha, the Shekinah.
Mm-hmm. Which is? What were we talking about last night? Nobody was on last night? None of you guys were on there last night? I thought I saw a couple of you on there anyway. What is it? Column of cloud, and column of fire.
Yahuwah's. Oh, I can't say that word. Fannies, something fannies.
Theophanies. And so it would be a temporary revealing of Yahuwah. So the presence, his presence in some type of form that we can see. Right? And so, yeah, this is the same thing as seeing him in his body. I mean, he can appear in any type of body he wants to. And when he is visual, when he actually appears, no matter what it is, and reveals himself, no matter what it is, it's a theophanies. Remember? So this is the, a manifestation of Yahuwah. Although temporary. All right. So what's the ultimate theophanies of Yahuwah? Ultimate. Roz?
Yahusha.
Yahusha, yeah. All right. Thoughts, comments, questions? Chance?
Something I've been messing around with this. It's like, the column of cloud is like the covering, and the light is, leading us, nowadays. You know what I mean? If we look at it, fast forward into the future, Yahuwah covers us, and he is our light to our path, so we don't stumble. He's the light, covers us. Kind of amazing to think about there too.
Ross?
Is it also like a form of a tent to be under him? Because he was there. He towered over them.
Mm-hmm. I think it's more of the Shekinah Kabod myself, but which basically is Yahuwah's presence. He's revealing his presence. I mean, if he didn't do that, then what? What then?
He would still be there. He just would be see-through.
Yeah, nobody would know he was there because he's invisible. And so this was a way of letting them know that he was there with them. He was reassuring them, wasn't he, of his presence. Although we know he was there, he's always everywhere. But, the mindset of these people back here, they didn't know that.
But they saw more things than what we do. And they still didn't realize it.
Yeah, because they were in the mind of the flesh. People are kind of weird, man, because sometimes, I don't know what it is, but sometimes they'll see stuff, but the mind will talk them out of the fact that they saw that. You know what I mean? Or they won't admit to it, one of the two. But when somebody else sees something and they say, hey, I saw this, then all of a sudden, you're a schizophrenia or something. There's something wrong with you. You're seeing stuff that ain't there, but you need to go to a mental hospital. So the mind of the flesh is odd in that way. But even if people in the mind of the flesh would see the dead raised, they still wouldn't believe. And it's hard for your mind to understand. They say, what? If somebody I knew died, was raised from the dead, I'd believe it, right? I wouldn't have any problem. Well, believe it or not, people in the mind of the flesh still wouldn't believe, even if they saw the dead raised. And they didn't, because Scripture's full of different examples of it. Go ahead, Ross.
Some people only believe what's in this, in the Scripture, and they don't believe outside of the Scripture. And there's a lot of things today that are being revealed that are not in Scripture, but their mindset is just on the book. But the book is still created by man. So they need to awaken and be able to understand what this Ruach is giving us.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of people restrict Yahuwah to the covers of the Bible. If it's not written in there, they don't believe it. It can't be of Yahuwah. It's not written in Scriptures.
And you're weird.
Yeah,
because you see something.
Anything outside of that. But Scripture's clear, man. Yahuwah said and did so many more things that are not written in the Scriptures, that if the entire world couldn't contain all the books if everything he did and said was written down. That's a lot of stuff now that's not written in there. So it's just the mind of the flesh is weak. It's, it's unable, to obey Torah. It's unable to understand spiritual matters. It just can't, because the mind of the flesh is in contrast to the mind of the spirit. It can't go there. It's like a barrier preventing it. Go ahead, Ross.
It's like when somebody tells me something, I believe them unless the spirit, the Ruach, shows me otherwise with it. But sometimes people will say, well, why didn't I hear it? Why didn't it happen to me?
All right.
It's not going to happen to everybody the same way.
No, it's not. Yeah, I mean, I've heard some really crazy stuff, man. I just keep a reserved mind, I mean, I don't doubt it, but, I don't believe it either in a way, so I just stay reserved. I'm like, well, it's possible, and that's just kind of the way mine works, but I don't shut it down. That's for sure, because it could be possible. It's something that sounds real, though Yahuwah can do anything, but because I didn't see it, it leaves a shadow of a doubt there. But I'm not going to discredit the person either. Why would they lie? Why would they just lie just to act like, they'd seen something they didn't really see? Why would they do that? Unless they're purposely trying to deceive or lead somebody astray, maybe. But other than that, what would be the motive? So we got to kind of stay in a reserve when it comes to certain things, especially spiritual things. As someone says, I saw a messenger appear to me and said this or that. I've had a certain person, I'm not going to mention any name, who told me that Yahushua appeared to them in their kitchen. I was talking to them just like I'm talking to you right now. Appeared to them in bodily form in their kitchen. I was talking to them, and they dropped to their knees and was crying and everything else in his presence. I'm not going to doubt that. Who am I to doubt that? I mean, why? You see what I'm saying? Anybody else? Thoughts, comments, questions? All right, then. Who wants to read chapter 14? Joe, go ahead, man.
14. And Yahuwah spoke to Moshe, saying, Speak to the children of Israel, that they turn and camp before Pi Hakeroth, between Migdal and the sea, opposite Baal Zephon, camp before it by the sea. And Pharaoh shall say of the children of Israel, They are entangled in the land, the wilderness has closed them in. And I shall harden the heart of Pharaoh, and he shall pursue them. But I am to be esteemed through Pharaoh and over all his army, and the Mitzrites shall know that I am Yahuwah. And they did so. And it was reported to the sovereign of Mitzrayim that the people had fled, and the heart of Pharaoh and his servants was turned against the people. And they said, Why have we done this, that we have let Israel go from serving us? So he made his chariot ready and took his people with him. And he took 600 choice chariots and all the chariots of Mitzrayim with officers over all of them. And Yahuwah hardened the heart of Pharaoh, sovereign of Mitzrayim, and he pursued the children of Israel, but the children of Israel went out defiantly. And the Mitzrites pursued them, and all the horses and chariots of Pharaoh, and his horsemen and his army, and overtook them, camping by the sea beside Pi Hakeroth, before Baal Zephon. And when Pharaoh drew near, the children of Israel lifted their eyes and saw the Mitzrites coming up after them. And they were greatly afraid. So the children of Israel cried out to Yahuwah. And they said to Musa, Did you take us away to die in the wilderness because there are no graves in Mitzrayim? What is this you have done to us to bring us up out of Mitzrayim? Is this not the word that we spoke to you in Mitzrayim, saying, Leave us alone and let us serve the Mitzrites? For it would have been better for us to serve the Mitzrites than to die in the wilderness.
All right, hold on. All right, what's up with that? Is it not the word that we spoke to you in Mitzrayim, saying, Leave us alone and let us serve the Mitzrites? For it would have been better for us to serve the Mitzrites than to die in the wilderness. What are they doing? What's going on here? Yeah, go ahead, Russ.
They're saying point blank that they were happier with being in slavery than they were in freedom with the Father Yahuwah.
Yeah. Okay, so we see them basically they're complaining here, aren't they? Complaining out of fear. They're fear driven. Go ahead, Sandra.
So they're not trusting him. They're not trusting Yahuwah. He's trying to build their faith, and they're beginning to doubt because it's like the troubles that we are facing today in the world. Yahushua said, with great persecutions, we're going to inherit the kingdom. And he describes some of those persecutions when you think about it in some of his parables and things and what they did to him. So when troubles come, we're supposed to turn to him. He's trying to teach them to rely on him. And they're not understanding that. They got into their flesh and started doubting and fearing. Yahuwah takes us through afflictions in order to build us up, because in our afflictions we learn his righteousness. But he is always there for us. He's always going to deliver us.
Is it human nature to act like that? To be ungrateful and fearful and disrespectful? And
if you don't believe in Yahuwah, yeah, I could say that. If you don't believe, but once we believe, we shouldn't take that as it's the same thing. Like he gave you, you say those dreams, but look what he took him through before it came to fruition that he was second to Pharaoh, that his brothers bowed down to him. That's how he conditions us.
Okay, so this is still before the parting of the Sea of Reeds. So this is telling us they haven't been purified yet. They're still in the mind of the flesh. Thoughts, comments, questions? Ross?
Getting back to Joseph, Joseph was the only one that came to the Father with joy and as a child. He was, with his dreams, he was excited. He told everybody, all the brothers. Doesn't speak of the other brothers as being childlike with the Father Yahuwah, only Joseph. And that's why Joseph was given things and they weren't. So,
JJ?
Well, and also, I mean, even though the laws weren't written on the heart, Joseph knew that murder was a sin when his brothers were going to do that. He knew that shedding of innocent blood was wrong in the eyes of Yahuwah. So, I mean, it's like, I don't know how to explain it. But
Chance, go ahead.
I keep looking at this story as we read is like, if we look at Natsarim like the world, and these are all stages we go through being separated from the world, battling against our flesh, self-doubt, you know what I mean? And it's just like, I'm reading it from this point of view where, they're having a lot of self-doubt. They're being separated. Yahuwah is leading them out. They're just let me go back in the flesh. It was so much easier. Let me just go back to Natsarim. Let me just go back. This is too hard. This is too hard. I can't do this, and these are the stages of like coming out. So that's what I'm looking at.
Very good. Okay, so when we see people coming out of the world initially, waking up, they have this type of attitude as well. They just want to say, "Oh, this is too hard. This is lonely. I'm going to go back into the world and start, celebrating Christmas again, right? Whatever." So yeah, this is the beginning of their struggle to come out of Mitzrayim, out of the world, same as any new convert does. And we see the same pattern played out in the lives of people today when they first leave the world, man. They're feeling the same way.
And Mark, up here with that column of cloud and fire here, this is the reassurance of Yahuwah. Stay course, steady the course. And then you got the Pharaoh over here with his chariots. That's the pressure of the world, man. They're coming after you. The pressures of the world. It's hard, man. They fighting you, chasing you. You know what I mean? They're coming after you. You gotta follow that cloud. Let Yahuwah light your way, that fire. Let him lead you and by the way we should go. That's some amazing. Barak Yahuwah, hallelujah. That's some good stuff right there. Hallelujah, man.
What happens to children of Israel is a foreshadow of what happens to people that are coming out of the world today. It's the same thing. So what happened to them is an example for us to either follow or not to follow. Look at Numbers 14. Go to Numbers 14, 1 through 4. You read that for us, June?
Then all the congregation lifted up their voices and cried, and the people wept that Layla. And all the children of Israel grumbled against Moshe and against Aharon. And all the congregation said to them, if only we had died in the land of Mizraim, or if only we had died in this wilderness. And why is Yahuwah bringing us to this land to fall by the sword, that our wives and children should become a prey? would it not be better for us to turn back to Mitzrayim? And they said to each other, let us appoint a leader and let us turn back to Mitzrayim.
Okay, so you see how it continues on here. This is when they came back with the report about the land that they were supposed to cross over and inhabit. And so their fear, their grumbling, their complaining, all resumes the same thing that we're reading now over in Exodus. So you can see then that this characteristic of humanity doesn't go away. It continues on even up to today. And that's why we see people, when they first convert, you got to really, be close with them, because it's easy for them to want to go back into the world. It's just part of human nature, it seems to me. Go ahead, Jim.
Yeah, this in verse 11 kind of got me. And they said to Moshe, did you take us away to die in the wilderness because there's no graves in Mitzrayim? So it seems to me like the majority of these people, they've heard the truth, but right now they're okay about following a man, but they've not made that true connection with Yahuwah and that they don't have that desire yet to serve him. So they're weak and they're thinking, well, I think I'd rather just go back there and be buried there. I don't want to be out here and just do what I've always done. And that's where they've not come about yet. So here they're following the man, Moshe, instead of, they're saying, well, he seems right. And this seems like the truth and everything, but it's just kind of like those that we were talking about who are just waking up. They do have a decision to make. Do I need to get into this word, and do I need to study this, and do I need to learn about him constantly to find out who he is? Or should I just follow the men that's been put around me and trust in them? That's a lot easier. They don't want to really make a commitment.
Yeah, and they're saying, leave us alone and let us serve the Mitzrites. What's that mean? If we compare that to today. Ross?
The government.
Basically.
They'd rather have their head in the sand instead of being able to be awake and know the Father and see what's going on. They'd rather just have it. I've had people a few years back when I mentioned about those lines in the sky being chemtrails, and oh no, I don't believe that. And then they were understanding of it because it came out later on that it was truth. And when I told them something else and they said the same thing, that they didn't believe that. Well, I know that you did that. I said, but yeah. So I didn't lie to you about that. So why would I be lying to you about this? But they're so much into wanting to believe what the world has versus what is the reality of that the world's lying to you. And that's what they'd rather live in, the lie.
Yeah. I guess they thought it was easier, and so it was easier to stay in the world and under the taskmaster, and at least have a place to live. I mean, they could die there just as easy as out in the wilderness. It was harder. They didn't have homes. They didn't have food. They didn't, and stuff like that. And so they saw it as a much harder life that would bring them to death a lot faster, rather than seeing it as emancipation and as life and life more abundantly. They weren't seeing that, and neither does these new converts, man. They're not seeing that yet. Go ahead, Ross.
They also don't want to cleanse themselves. They don't want to see the reality of what they actually are, that they're sinners. That's what the people don't want to see. That's what you see with the people these days. And we're supposed to cleanse ourselves every day.
Mm-hmm.
but they don't want to go into knowing that, oh, well, I committed this and it was a really bad sin, a bad transgression, but they just don't want to, see that at all. They don't want to be cleansed, put it that way too, yet.
This is crazy. I mean, it really gets strong here in a minute. Go ahead, Sandra.
So that's the same thing as just piggybacking off you. So what you're saying is true. That's the same thing as that they're not having a love for the truth. They're given over to some delusion. And when they first come to Yahuwah, there's a lot of cognitive dissonance there. And it takes the Father taking the veil off their eyes to open up their minds to believe and receive. Because I'm gonna see, is it in Acts where Peter was it Peter? He said those that believed, it was some that were more noble because they believed and received and they searched, but they were, I keep in mind, they were already ordained to be where they are. Those that don't believe us, we have to pray them through. The new converts, we pray them through by, well, this is what I don't know if it helps or not. I have to talk to the people I've been talking to. You kind of pray and ask Father to open their eyes and give them a love for the truth, because he gave it to us. And with his love and kindness is how he drew us. And we're begging for them to be restored to favor at the same time, right?
Go ahead, Roz.
I'm going to say this part. When it was said by the government that they were going to put the National Guard in each one of these cities that had a lot of things happening in their cities, and I told the person that was saying it to me, and they were saying, oh, it's so wonderful. He's going to do this to protect us and blah, blah, blah. And he's going to send it to New Orleans. He's going to send it to Los Angeles, all these big places. I said, that's the precursor to what they did with Hurricane Katrina, where they had martial law. It's the precursor to that. Oh, no, it's not. And I said, yes, it is. And then when they said, no, it's not again, I just shut up, because their eyes are not open to see that that's the precursor to what's going to happen in the future. It's just a softness coming in. It's like a movie trailer, that here, this is what's going to be, but they're not seeing it. They want to see the whole movie, and then they say, oh, yeah, that was the truth.
Go ahead, Chance.
Yeah, this is a pretty deep subject here. I went into this a little bit. The world serves the passion, the lusts, the desires of the flesh. Everything's, you go to the store, it's provided for you, like self-serving. You know what I mean? So they wanted to have everything tailored to them. You know what I mean? This fire we're going through is for refinement. We're being, cleansed and purified like gold. They're telling us, for it would have been better for us to serve the Mitzrayites than to die in the wilderness. The wilderness, they don't have everything. Their desires aren't met anymore. Yahuwah is bringing them to a place of refinement where it's just, they're starting to see this wilderness around them. They've been set free. They're no longer, like stuck in their flesh. Yahuwah's showing them, like, look, there's a whole nother life here other than just self-serving and existing in this flesh. Look, I'm taking you to myself. And they're freaked out. They see a column of fire and a column of cloud, and you know what I mean? They're thinking they're gonna die. have you brought us out here to make graves? You know what I mean? So it's just like this walk, this journey we're on. Yahuwah's gonna put that fire upon you. You know what I mean? We gotta trust in the process, and everything works out for the greater good. You know what I mean? And this is what Yahuwah, they're completely in self-doubt, completely in the flesh here. So I don't know, just kind of juggling over all this stuff. And leave us alone, let me serve my flesh. It's easier, it's easier for me. I can do what I want to do. You know what I mean? I can, serve my pleasures, my possessions. Mitzrayite had all the meat in the bowls. I was satisfied. I had all the food. This is that world where, the world.
Anybody else? Go ahead, Phyllis.
Oh, I was just going to say it's hard to change when you've had a way of life for however many years, and then you've got something totally different. That's hard.
Yeah, they can't hardly do it on their own. It really takes Yahuwah to wake them up, to call them out, because they've been so brainwashed with Christianity or whatever entity. And when you talk to them, all they want to do is repeat that to you. They're teaching, that religion to you. It's like, you don't have to teach that to me. I came out of that. I know what that is. But yet they won't stop. They just keep repeating it over and over, like they're reaffirming it in their own mind. You know what I'm saying? They're trying to convince themselves that teaching is correct. By repeating it over and over and over to you, it reaffirms it into their mind that that's true. And they don't. And if you try to tell them, no, it's not, you better start straightening up, or you need to get saved, man. You ain't saved, and they start backlashing all this stuff on top of everything else they're saying. Before you know it, they're just screaming, arguing, fighting with it, and you can't even get a word in because they're so obsessed with the doctrine that they've been brainwashed with. Go ahead, Ross.
Well, especially with this current administration, well, with all of them. But I personally have people that are going, oh, Trump, 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 Trump. And I said, I don't want to hear about it. Oh, but you used to. I said, I don't want to hear about him. I'm not worshiping him. And I don't want to worship him. So, but they just want to hear what they've been used to. They don't want to have anything new.
Go ahead, Chance.
Interesting subject we're on here. So think of somebody building a brand new house, and the people that sold them the land said, this is a rock. You've built your house on this solid foundation. And then the strong winds and the floods come by, and that house starts to shake. And they realize that the religion that they have believed in isn't built on the rock. And now they're starting to see, and we come along and start shaking that foundation. At first, they're going to be mad at us because we're the ones shaking the foundation. But then soon, Yahuwah so chooses, he's going to show them that, this religious foundation that they've built their house on isn't built on any truth, and their foundation is shaking now. And, the proverb is true. A dog always returns to his own vomit. You know what I mean? They're going to continuously keep going back to that unless they're called out. And I understand what you're talking about there, Mark. We spoke on the phone about that. That's a hard one, man. My heart is with you, brother. I know that one.
Go ahead, Ross.
I'm being brought to Deuteronomy 22:8. And it's about when you build a new house, then you shall make a parapet for your roof, so that you do not bring blood guilt on your house when one falls from it. Do not sow your vineyard with different kinds of seed, lest the yield of the seed which you have sown and the fruit of your vineyard be defiled. Do not plow with an ox and a donkey together. Do not put on a garment of different kinds of wool and linen together, and make tassels on the four corners of the garment with which you cover yourself. So it's we're supposed to, the parapet is the Ruach HaKodesh. You know, that's when we have our new, when we've come into the new way, and we've been redeemed from our sins, you know, our transgressions, then we're that new covering, the new parapet is the Father covering us. And we've got to protect that, because, you know, there's nothing else out there that's going to protect us with it. But that, about 6 years ago, the Father gave me that verse. And I've used it many a time. Like, when I was at the shelter, I'd ask them to read it. Some would just say, oh, it's just this. It's like, what's face value with it? But those were the people that read all of the footnotes and didn't let the Ruach tell them. And every footnote came from a different teaching, a different man having put that on there. So anyway, I don't know if I'm coming out clear on it.
Anybody else? Look at first, let me see, where is that? 1 Corinthians. 1 Corinthians 10:11. And these came upon them as examples, and they were written as a warning to us, on whom the ends of the ages have come. That means people in the last days. Who wants to read that? I think this is kind of important for us to get this about what we're talking about. Go ahead, JJ. Read 1 Corinthians 10:1 down to 14, I think.
Okay. For I do not wish you to be ignorant, brothers, that all of our fathers were under the cloud, and all passed through the sea, and all were immersed into Musha in the cloud and in the sea. And all ate the same Ruach like food, and all drank the same Ruach like drink, for they drank of the Ruach like rock that followed, and the rock was Mashiach. However, with most of them, Yahuwah was not well pleased, for they were lay low in the wilderness, and these became examples for us, so that we should not lust after evil, as those indeed lusted, and do not become idolaters, as some of them. As it has been written, the people sat down to eat and to drink, and stood up to play. Neither should we commit whoring, as some of them did, and in one yom 23,000 fell. Neither let us try Mashiach, as some of them also tried, and were destroyed by serpents. Neither grumble, as some of them also grumbled, and were destroyed by the destroyer. And all these came upon them as examples, and they were written as a warning to us, on whom the ends of the ages have come, so that he who thinks he stands, let him take heed lest he fall. No trial has overtaken you except such as in common to man, and Yahuwah is trustworthy, who shall not allow you to be tested beyond what you are able, but with the test shall also make the way for escape, enabling you to bear it. Therefore, my beloved ones, flee from idolatry.
Okay, so as you can see, that everything that's going on with them is still going on. There's nothing new under the sun. And so they were this is all an example to us and warning to us, examples of what to do it or not to do it. And it's all a warning to us. What happened to them will happen to us if we repeat their mistakes. And so this is obvious, very clear. And, look at 2, because we're getting ready to get into this. And all were immersed into Moshe in the cloud and in the sea. You see that? So this purification process. So going through the Sea of Reeds was their water immersion. That's what this is saying. All right. Anybody else have questions, thoughts, or comments on this? All right. Okay, so this is important stuff because it's not only is an example for us to either do or not to do, but it's also a warning. If you do as they did, you're going to perish like they did. So this isn't something we're studying here. This isn't light. This is something we shouldn't take this lightly, but seriously, really. All right. There's nothing new under the sun. Any other thoughts, comments, or questions? Just do it, Chance. Play it.
Okay.
Okay, it's me. 14.
What did I say?
Chance.
That's okay.
Go ahead, Jeff.
You almost grew some hair there when you said. And Moshe said to the people, do not be afraid. Stand still and see the deliverance of Yahuwah, which he does for you today. For the Mizrahites whom you see today, you are never, never to see again. Yahuwah does fight for you, and you keep still.
Okay, hang on a minute. Okay, so, wow. For the Mizrahites whom you see today, you are never, never to see again. What is this foreshadowing? If Egypt is the world. What's that foreshadowing? Somebody. Jim?
It's when we die to the flesh. It's the flesh representing our flesh.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah. Anybody else? Chance?
Perhaps it's speaking on the emancipation. You know, like you've been set free. Now you observe everything outside looking in instead of everything from inside looking out. You know what I mean? You have a perspective switch. You know what I mean? Do you smell me? Do you smell me? You know, like you've been set free to the truth type, you know.
Anybody else? Roz?
That you had said the other day that Egypt never was the same after this, that they were broken and they never reclaimed their being in, because Egypt was like the world at that time. That was the main city, the main country in the world, and they everything revolved around Egypt. And so that Egypt after this was never the same. Because it was broken.
Oh my goodness, Roz, you just brought this upon me by saying that. We don't look at the world the same anymore either now. You know what I mean? If you think about your walk right now, Egypt is not the same anymore. It never will be because, you know, if you think about it in Ruach-like sense, we don't observe the world the same anymore.
Okay. I think this is foreshadowing that in the eternal reign, you won't remember wickedness. This current world will not be remembered. Not only will it be destroyed, but all remembrance of it will be wiped out. Nobody remembers sin. They won't remember people that have been destroyed in the lake of fire. They won't remember anything. Because how could you? I mean, how could you live in complete joy and happiness and peace if you remember these things? They would haunt you, would they not? And so I think all remembrance of them will be wiped out. Same here as he's saying, you never, never, ever see them again. Go ahead, Chance.
You just brought this upon me, Brother Mark. Yahuwah shall wipe away every tear, which means your memory. You know, it implies to me he's taken, you're refreshed. He's going to refresh you and wipe away every tear. The only way to wipe away every tear is to remove that and painful memories, right?
I think it's in Yeshayahu chapter 65 that he's talking about that memory being.
Yeah, there's quite a few places, really. Okay, well, let's look at some of them. Go to.
I found one right here, Brother Mark. Revelation 21, verse 4. And Yahuwah shall wipe away every tear from their eyes, and there shall be no more death, no more mourning, no more crying.
All right. And Ecclesiastes 9:5, page 782. For the living know that they shall die, but the dead know not, nor do they have any more reward, for their remembrance is forgotten. And then look at Proverbs 10:7, page 717. Proverbs 10:7. The remembrance of the righteous is blessed, but the name of the wrong ones rot. And then go to Isaiah 26:14. The dead do not live, the departed spirit do not rise. Therefore you have visited and destroyed them and made all their remembrance to perish. And then the big one, Isaiah 65, that Sandra was mentioning. 65:17. For look, I am creating a new heaven and a new earth, and the former shall not be remembered, no come to heart. So I think that's plenty proof that this is foreshadowing that the wrong will not be remembered. The world, even the world, this world we're living in right now will not be remembered. It's the remembrance of it will be wiped out. Go ahead, Ross.
This came to me. It says that we'll get a new name. That's why we get a new name, because everything, even ourselves, have gone away. Everything is gone from what we knew before, even ourselves. And so that's why we'll get a new name. And I don't know what scripture that's in.
Anybody else? Chance?
We'll be like donkeys coming out of a stall with all the disobedient as ashes under our feet. You remember that one? It'd be like a donkey hopping out around, just released from his stall, you know. Kind of reminds me that we'll no more memory. All the wrong will be wiped out, and we'll walk as donkeys being let out of a stall with the ashes of the wrongdoers under our feet. Can't remember where that is at, but kind of brought that to me.
Look at Ecclesiastes 1:11. Page 777. 1:11. There's no remembrance of former ones, nor is there any remembrance of those that are to come by those who come later on. So, interestingly, I think this is a foreshadow. Those whom you see today, you are never, never to see again. Yahuwah does fight for you, and you keep still. Keep still and know that I am Yahuwah. Thoughts, comments, questions? All right. Let's continue on then, Joe.
14:15. And Yahuwah said to Moshe, why do you cry to me? Speak to the children of Israel and let them go forward. And you lift up your rod and stretch out your hand over the sea and divide it. And let the children of Israel go on dry land through the midst of the sea. And I am hardening the hearts of the Mitzrites, and they shall follow them. And I am to be esteemed through Pharaoh, and over all his army, his chariots, and his horsemen. And the Mitzrites shall know that I am Yahuwah, when I am esteemed through Pharaoh, his chariots, and his horsemen. And the messenger of Elohim, who went before the camp of Israel, moved and went behind them. And the column of cloud went from before them, and stood behind them, and came between the camp of Mizrahites and the camp of Israel. And it was the cloud and the darkness, and it gave light by Layla. And the one did not come near the other all the Layla.
Okay, hang on. Okay, so back to 19. It says, and the messenger of Elohim, who went out before the camp of Yisrael, moved and went behind them, and the column of cloud went from before them and stood behind them. Who is the messenger of Elohim in this verse? Roz?
His divine body, the Lamb of Yahuwah.
How do you know that?
Because he's representing him as his esteem. The cloud is his esteem. And every time it says in scripture, and they saw the esteem of Yahuwah, or that the word, there's another one, that the word came to them. That means that Yahusha, who's the divine body, came to him.
Chance?
Something I appreciate your study last night, Mark, is if we look at the word and examine it closely, you can see the M in messenger is capitalized. That's one way of making you kind of discern and take a closer look. Also here in chapter 13, 21, Yahuwah said he went before them in a column of cloud and a column of fire. So that's another way of knowing this is a body of Yahuwah, a manifestation of Yahuwah of sorts. So two ways to kind of discern. But I really appreciate your study last night, because beginning in my walk there, I was kind of getting held up in the hosts and the, all these different titles that were given of, messengers and malakim and armies and hosts. And is it Yahuwah Sabaoth, or is it Yahuwah of hosts? Is this a malakim, or is this Yahusha? Is this you know what I mean? And that was a really good study you did last night, and appreciate that one. I think it was really helpful.
All steam to Yahusha. So correct. So the capitalization of messenger sends a hint, gives us a hint that it's Yahuwah. The messenger of Elohim can be an angel, but the capitalization here of messenger is a hint. And then, like you said, the column of cloud seems to be theophanies of Yahuwah, and so we would have to continue to believe and accept that remains one of Yahuwah's theophanies, and so that is a dead giveaway. Then this cannot be an angel; it must be Yahuwah. Okay, everybody, follow along what Chance was saying on that. All right, so those are two really good ways of knowing who the messenger of Elohim is here in this passage. Any other thoughts, comments, or questions? It's important to know that, isn't it? I think it is. Okay, let's continue then.
14:21. Wow. Okay. And Musha stretched out his hand over the sea, and Yahuwah caused the sea to go back by a strong east wind all that Layla, and made the sea into dry land, and the Mayim were divided. And the children of Israel went into the midst of the sea on dry ground, and the Mayim were a wall to them on their right and on their left.
Okay, hang on. All right, so answer me this question. If the sea was parted here and the children of Israel walked through there, wasn't the ground like muddy? I mean, wouldn't they have been walking through real thick mud? Or it says it was dry ground. How is it that it was dry ground if it was just underwater? What does that mean? Chance?
Quite a complex question, but right here, something that hits me here pretty strong is the east wind, the ruah. We know that another word for wind is ruah. So the ruah of Yahuwah parted the sea and swept them across during the ruah. The ruah of Yahuwah. That's amazing, man. My goodness. Hallelujah.
Anybody else? Any thoughts, comments, questions on that? Phyllis?
I guess when he parted the water one to the one side and he parted the water below ground as well and made it dry.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Roz?
Phyllis, did you say the water under the soil? So in other words, because the when the earth was flooded, everything came from underneath and it came from above the springs. I never thought about it like that, but that's, so he cleared it, all of that water, and separated it, plus the water under the mud that was there. He separated everything. Wow. Okay. Thank you.
Anybody else any thoughts, comments, questions on this? Chance, go ahead.
Another interesting detail here in 14:16, you know, in Bereshit, he said he divided the light from the darkness, and here he's saying he's dividing the sea. So he's literally making a complete separation here, dividing the, you know, just like he divided the light from the darkness, he's dividing the sea from dry ground. Looks like divide it.
Yeah, he seems to have taken all the water away to where only the dry ground appeared. So to create mud, you have to have water, you know. So yeah, I think Phyllis is right. JJ?
This is regarding our last thing about the messenger. I apologize. It took me a second to get there because I couldn't remember where it was. If you go to Hosea 11, verse 1, when Yisrael was a child, I loved him, and out of Mitzrayim I called my son. They called to them, so they went from their face. They slaughtered to the Baalim and burned incense to carved images. And I taught Ephraim to walk, taking them by their arms, but they did not know that I healed them. I drew them with ropes of man, with cords of love, and I was to them as those who take the yoke from their neck, and I bent down, fed them. No, let him return to the land of Mitzrayim, and let Asher be his sovereign, because they refused to repent. So I didn't know if that was talking about Yahusha or not, being the messenger. No? Well, I was just wondering why he said, I'm in the Mitzrayim and I called my son. Is he talking about like the bloodline from Moshe? I just had a question. That was basically all it was. Sorry to backtrack.
What are you saying that's at? Hosea what?
Hosea 11, verse 1, sir.
Hosea 11, verse 1. Let me look at it.
Because he talks about their own counsels, and my people are bent towards backsliding from me. I don't know why I just keep hearing all these verses in my head.
Okay, so what that is, yes, but it's also highly spiritual, okay? And when he says, out of Mitzrayim I called my son, yes, he's talking about Israel or Jacob, okay? But this is a big time foreshadow because this is prophesying that Yahusha will be called out of Egypt. When they took the baby and hid in Egypt from Herod that was going to kill him, he called him, after Herod died, he called his son out of Egypt back into Israel. That's prophecy.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so it's both. Okay, so I'm gonna go here. Well, here Chris was saying, where is it? Yeah, Chris bringing up a good point here in Genesis 1:9. And Elohim said, let the mayim under the Shemayim be gathered together into one place, and let the dry land appear. And it was so. Is this a foreshadow of the parting of the Red Sea? Yeah, it is. It's secret prophecy of Yahuwah, hidden here in 7 days of creation. There's a lot of secret prophecy of Yahuwah hidden in creation week. A lot. And that's one of them. That's the parting of the Red Sea, the Sea of Reeds. So that would be a secret prophecy of Yahuwah in the Genesis timeline, creation timeline. Okay? Some of you may remember that study we did on that. Okay, big time stuff. Any other thoughts, comments, or questions? Oz, you doing all right? Okay. All right, well, let's continue on there, Joe.
14:23. And the Mizrahites pursued and went after them into the midst of the sea, all the horses of Pharaoh, his chariots, and his horsemen. And it came to be in the morning watch that Yahuwah looked down upon the army of the Mizrahites through the column of fire and cloud, and he brought the army of the Mizrahites into confusion. And he took off their chariot wheels, so that they drove them with difficulty. The Mizrahites said, "Let us flee from the face of Israel, for Yahuwah fights for them against the Mizrahites." Then Yahuwah said to Moshe, "Stretch out your hand over the sea, and let the mayhem come back upon the Mizrahites, on their chariots and on their horsemen." And Moshe stretched out his hand over the sea, and the sea returned to its usual flow at the break of Yom, with the Mizrahites fleeing into it. Thus Yahuwah overthrew the Mizrahites in the midst of the sea, and the mayhem returned and covered the chariots and the horsemen and all the army of Pharaoh that came into the sea after them, and not even one was left of them. And the children of Israel walked on dry ground in the midst of the sea, and the mayhem were a wall to them on their right and on their left. Thus Yahuwah saved Israel that Yom out of the hand of the Mizrahites. And Israel saw the Mizrahites dead on the seashore. And Israel saw the great work which Yahuwah had done in Mitzrayim. And the people feared Yahuwah and believed Yahuwah and his servant Moshe.
All right. Okay, so wow. So we see that they walked on 100% dry land. You know, there was no muddy ground here. And so this is also, what can we spiritually get out of the children of Israel walking through the water on dry land? And we see this again when they cross the Jordan, don't we? And they in the lands, and they walk on dry land, and they set up the altar on the other side and all that. So that it's duplicated again. But what can we get out of the spiritual understanding out of all this? Raz.
That they were cleansed as well, because it just came into my head that it wasn't just the water that was moved, it was every creature that was living was moved out of there. The crabs, which are unclean, the shrimp, which are unclean, all of these things that were unclean were moved out of there. So that represents their transgressions. And I mean, that's huge for them to go through there and be cleansed and a rebirth.
Exactly. It's the rebirth, isn't it? Go ahead, Chance.
Something that came to me is, the ancient pathway, the way of peace, coming out of the sea, which is turbulent and disorder, and you're given a dry path to walk. The ancient pathways being restored, being revealed to us.
Anybody else? Everybody's seeing purification here. And the rebirth. Are you seeing rebirth? Is there anybody that's not seeing it? The rebirth of Israel here. What's really kind of strange though is we see the suggestion of rebirth here, right? But we also see that even the wicked was passed through the water. And nobody was destroyed here, none of the children of Israel yet. Even the wicked passed through the water. Now, anybody getting anything out of that? Roz?
Is that maybe like another plague? Something that went against Egypt? Because of all the death.
In what way?
I don't know. That was just what came to me with it.
What do you mean by that? Elaborate a little bit.
Because he took away all of the one that was attacking them. He took away the leader of Egypt, and so his son was gone too. So it meant that it went to a whole new regime over there, because there was no firstborn son, there was no Pharaoh. It sounds like all of the ones that were his leaders probably would have been gone as well. All of the ones that were in the army. So it took them down to nothing. So that's why I said it was maybe another one of the plagues.
Oh, I see what you're saying now.
Yeah.
I don't think it was one of the plagues that to make Pharaoh let the people go, but it may have been the ultimate plague. I mean, he did destroy the entire military and Pharaoh, and I think Pharaoh was destroyed here as well. It doesn't really say he was. Well, but it seems like he maybe, if he followed the chariots into the water, he was.
He was one of the chariots. I think they found his chariot.
If he
underneath there, yeah, in that video.
You got that little movie? It's only
I don't know if I think I can find it.
See if you can find it. Maybe we'll take a break and watch it.
Okay, let me look it up.
But yeah, I mean, ultimately, what do you guys think the foreshadow of that is? I mean, what is it? And so here's Egypt. They're the world. We'll say they're symbolic of the world. And here's Israel, his people, his chosen, being purified, being set apart, being redeemed through the water, and then the armies of the world and the leaders of the world, the government of the world being destroyed. What is that depicting? Go ahead, Phyllis.
It could almost be the end times, because he's going to destroy the whole world, and then we'll have it cleansed, and we'll come out of the fire safe.
Yeah, it seems to be foreshadowing Armageddon in a way, doesn't it? Or even, at the end of the world, the end of the age after the millennium reign, even. But more so Armageddon. Kind of depicting Armageddon here in a way. Oh, yeah. Wow. Very powerful stuff here. This next chapter 15, is there any thoughts, comments, or questions about chapter 14 or 13, 14? There was a lot of stuff in there, wasn't there? So 15 gets into the Song of Moses and stuff like that. And so if Ross can find that little clip, I think I would like to take a concession and we could watch that before we get into the Song of Moses here in chapter 15. If she can find it. If not, we'll just continue on through there. This is going to get exciting here. And from this point, after we go through the Song of Moses, y'all, it's going to be extremely important for everybody to put on their exegesis mindset, because it's going to rock your world when we start going through this stuff beyond this. Okay. And y'all need to have a clean, open mind and have on your exegesis hats as we enter into the further study of Exodus. So I'm just pre-warning you. I definitely don't want to lose anybody as we continue through here. Yeah, that's right, Jill. It's Jill says a foreshadow of Yahuwah's protection from the tribulation of his bride, and yeah, that's definitely foreshadowing that Armageddon, right? The tribulation years. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, I like that. Yeah, and judgment and separation. Yeah.
Yeah, I was thinking labor pains, you know what I mean? And finally the birth, you know, going through that. And Asha having her labor pains, Mitzrites chasing all the pressures, the armies, the flesh, the desires, and then finally it's done. The sea closed up on them and birth. The Asha had gave birth. The water.
Yeah. Yeah, we can also see it as the eradication of the remembrance of the world too. Totally covered up in water, gone out of our sight. Removal of the remembrance of their names and even and their and everything about them of the world. You know, man, gone.
I sent you the thing.
To my
I
email.
couldn't find it in the there's like 3 of them, but I think it's the one that's showing the actual wagon wheel on it. Is the one that I sent you.
Yeah, it was the one that they were going under there with their little submarine. Okay, there's something else that this is depicting. What else could it be? A future event, way before the tribulation. What could it be? I mean, I'm sorry. At the end of the tribulation, what else could this be depicting? Jim.
It's right before he's coming right there, Armageddon, before the blast, where he shields them from the blast. Like he's shielding them here, so he'll be shielding them from the blast of some sort of nuclear explosion or something.
That could be. I didn't even think of that. But yeah, I see that. Anything else? Anybody else seen anything else at all with this foreshadowing? Let me see. Wow, that one seems really good. I think it's the first one here, though, the one that you sent. Hang on, let me look.
Could it also be separation of the wheat and the tares?
Yeah, it can be that too. It can be that too. Anybody else got any thoughts? I don't know if this is. Oh, that's the old one. I don't know if that's which one this is, which one it is. Maybe. This one a little bit weird. I'm sure that's not it. So must be this one. It's not a thing I can see. It almost has to be.
The one with the wheels.
I mean, the first one. The one I don't see one with the wheel.
It had 3 on there. They had one that looked like blue water and one that had the wheel up close.
Rewrite history. That one. Tell me the minutes. Look on it. Tell me which minutes.
I don't remember. I'm
almost positive it was this one. We'll see. It wasn't the salvage divers, was it?
I don't think so. I don't know.
They were in a little submarine. That's what I remember about it. Let me see. Jeez, I'm not sure. About the world being destroyed by fire. Water the first time and fire the second time. I mean, it could be depicting that as well, right?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe this is it, man. I don't know. This one here is pretty good, though. I don't know. We'll watch this one. This one just seems to be okay. I don't think it's the one, though. You can't look on your sent, like an email sent, and find it.
Let me see. Last time when I tried to go look it up, I couldn't find it.
They were under there with the little submarine explorer. Remember that? Submarine explorer, scientific exploration. All righty. No, who's this? Anybody got any questions, comments, thoughts up to this point?
I found a short video, but I don't know how to share it with you, Mark.
What is it?
It's just here. Let me see if I can.
Nueva Port, amazing evidence of coral growth on objects that look like old chariot wheels, axles, and so forth. It has been found on the shore across from Nueva Port, on the Saudi Arabian side, these same figures. So you can see in this video here, this amazing coral figures that look like axles, that look like chariot wheels, and they're just all strewn out as you go from Nueva out into the Red Sea, and then on the shore coming up out of the Red Sea on the Saudi Arabian side as well. Now, you should know that coral doesn't grow in sandy areas. It must have rock or something solid to grow on. And this area where they crossed is just pure sand. So these figures are tremendous evidence of chariot wheels that would have come off from the Egyptians as they pursued the Israelites. In the area of Nueva Port, amazing evidence of coral growth on objects that look.
Sorry, couldn't get it to
But
shut up.
he was saying Red Sea. It wasn't the Red Sea.
I know it's the Reed Sea, but in an extran's mind, it's the Red Sea, and they don't really pay attention to detail, I don't think. I was just a quick video that kind of went over just a quick glimpse of what they did find in that excursion that they did.
Okay, I don't know. There was somebody here asking for me to contact them, but I don't know who it is now. Oh, here it is.
I think I found it.
Okay, email it to me if you did. I don't know how to contact you, Sherman. I have no idea how to contact you. I guess you'll have to go to either give me your phone number or something. I mean, I don't know. If you come in here, come in live, you can stay on after the broadcast is over, and I can talk to you live offline if you're in the chat, and if you're in the broadcast. Other than that, you're gonna have to give me a way of contacting you. Okay. Did you send it, Roz?
I'm sending it.
There's a lot of them, but that one in particular one's really good. Yeah. I don't know. All right. I guess we'll just move on. I can't find it. I don't know where it's at. It's kind of weird it disappeared. I can't even find it in my emails that were sent from you, which is really kind of strange. So yeah, I don't know what the deal is with that. I should be able to find it. Yeah, I don't know what the deal is with that. I should be able to find it. Echo. Echo.
Not it.
Everybody got their mic turned on. Hello?
I think Roz's is on.
Roswell must be on.
I'm locked out. I can't get back to that screen.
Okay. You want to go out and come back in?
I am. That's what I'm trying to do, and I can't even get on there. But I sent it to you in the email.
You did?
Yeah.
No.
It's got a blank. It doesn't have anything listed there.
It says no subject?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if that's it or not. Maybe.
It was like 16 minutes.
Yeah, I thought the one that you sent me was 30 minutes long. I might be wrong.
I gotta head out here pretty soon, though, brothers and sisters. Shabbat shalom.
All righty, man. All right, we're gonna watch this one. Take a break and watch this. Relax, and we'll come back on as soon as this is over. Let's see if I hope this is it.
Modern-day explorers who took it upon themselves to search for evidence of the Bible. Much of this search was focused around the Gulf of Aqaba and the ancient land of Midian in northwest Saudi Arabia, where some strongly believe that there is still evidence of the Israelites' time at Mount Sinai. After seeing the 2001 film, The Exodus Revealed, Search for the Red Sea Crossing, I became aware of my first film, Dr. Leonard Nolan, the DNA researcher who lived in Sweden. I invited him to come to Minnesota and discuss the possibility of making a new film. He agreed.
And I have found it very interesting because they travel all the way to Jerusalem.
What I really appreciated was Leonard's scientific approach.
Historical references tells us that the Egyptian army was a huge army. There were approximately 250,000 people, 50,000 on horses, and all the chariots of Egypt. So it was a massive army. It was the elite army of that time. And if that is the case, that there was such a huge army, you could expect to find traces of the army. You should look for traces of the army. For example, at the crossing site, at the seabed. When we were following the Exodus pathway, we ended up coming to Nevada. And when we came here, the purpose was to see if we could connect the events in the area of the central part of Egypt with the Exodus route, with the location, Nevada, and what it looked like, and what we could possibly find in the sea.
In 2002, Leonard and I traveled to Egypt with a small film crew.
Behind me, we can see the Step Pyramid, which is the first pyramid that was erected here in Egypt.
Making our way to many Egyptian sites that Moeller believed were connected to the Exodus.
Take 4 Bitter Lakes.
We also inspected locations that were traditionally accepted as potential sites, but in Leonard's mind, didn't make any sense.
This is not a realistic crossing site.
On that first trip, we were able to chart a boat at Nuweiba Beach, which allowed us to go to the location where Ron Wyatt had originally been searching the seafloor for the possibility of ancient remains of Pharaoh's chariots. Aaron Sen had been diving at the site many times before. We would hire him over the years to go back to the Nuweiba location and film the seafloor, looking for any possible evidence that might be able to draw the further notice of archaeologists.
You see strange protrusions coming out of different angles, and it just doesn't look natural.
No, and sometimes you can see it's like planks, like the side of a wagon.
Right.
Several planks like this.
Straight across.
And then there's a 90-degree angle, like it's the end of the wagon.
Yeah, and everything's the right shape and size.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I like to find another human skeleton part. You remember the one we found? The femur?
Yeah.
That was a good one.
Yeah, I can't seem to relocate that area, but it would be interesting.
Yeah.
To look around again. But sometimes all the small parts that are just scattered everywhere.
Yeah.
It does look like wreckage.
Now you need bigger parts of it.
Yeah.
And of course, I would love to see the rib cage.
Yeah.
Or some other rib cages around.
Yeah. Horses' remains would be good.
Yeah.
Horses' remains mixed up with human remains.
Yeah.
That would be interesting.
The water is so clear today.
Yeah, you can see the bottom.
Yeah, I see the bottom here. It's just to look down.
It's very calm today.
Yeah.
It's easy diving conditions.
Well, I don't think we have any more diving time today.
No, not today anyway.
It's been too deep. All these short dives. I think we'll go back to the boat.
Yeah.
That was a good dive. Oh, the water is so clear today. I wish I could fly that like these rays or stingrays.
Yeah.
that fly in the water.
And they get some pretty good speed up as well.
Oh yeah. It's nice when you can go down to the seabed. I just like to go down, sink slowly down, and then stand on your knees.
Yeah.
It's so relaxing, standing up on your knees.
Different world down there.
Yeah, shooting in different angles.
It's amazing. And you feel like you're flying above all the shapes.
Yeah.
Down there.
And yesterday when the barracuda approached me, I mean about that long, standing us in front of me, we kind of communicated in a way. He didn't do anything, I didn't do anything. And I saw all his teeth, and he was just curious to look at me, and then and he was gone.
Yeah. I remember I was down there earlier, and it was a while ago. And a fish, I don't know how big it was.
Yeah.
It was, everything's so quiet and peaceful down there.
Yeah.
I turned around and I jumped and I saw it. It's just so big. Then another time we were diving down that way in the dolphin.
Yeah.
You're looking around, you have tunnel vision. When
Yeah.
you're down there. You don't see it approach you. The next thing, whoa.
Yeah, you get scared sometimes. Yeah, I was scared when the barracuda also came from behind, so to speak. Yeah, you get scared. You don't know what it is. You have a second to define what it is. And
the first thing I think is it's a shark.
Yeah, naturally. Yeah, that's what you think. But we haven't seen any sharks. We saw 2 dolphins yesterday. You remember, it was 2 years ago when they told us when they were out here in the rubber raft.
Yeah.
And the sharks were circling around.
There was 3 people in the raft.
Yeah.
And there was 3 sharks.
Yeah. And there was, we kind of, as I say, open mouth.
Yeah.
Swimming with an open mouth around this small rubber raft.
Yeah.
Well, they were scared.
I think they meant business.
Business bad, as they call it.
I think they took that they should end that dive right there.
Yeah.
And they went home.
And for everything, I'd say.
I don't think you'd catch me back out here again.
That was a scary thing.
But I've never seen a shark or anything.
No, but they have hammer sharks just around the corner here.
Yeah.
Ross is trying out his underwater camera.
Yes. Another group of Exodus explorers was Ross Patterson and Andrew Ross from New Zealand. They also went numerous times, helping us with the filming at the location.
Well, Dr. Carter, I'd like to talk to you about coral and chariot wheels. Yes, there are people that are claiming that there are coral-encrusted chariot wheels on the bottom of the Red Sea.
There have been a lot of claims made so far. As a coral reef ecologist, I have a hard time accepting the evidence that I've seen so far. Wood breaks down too quickly, corals keep growing. I would not expect to see what they're claiming to see. We're talking about something that happened 3,500 years ago. Corals don't stay in the same shape for that long. They grow into gigantic colonies over that much time.
One of the questions that many people had at the Nueva location was about the land bridge across the Gulf of Aqaba. Many were skeptical as to whether the Israelites could physically walk across from one side to the other.
Dr. Phillips is right to be skeptical. Finding a land bridge in the Gulf of Aqaba, in the heart of the Rift Valley, would be like finding a McDonald's on top of Mount Everest. Ross Patterson and Ian Rodley have been involved in an Exodus investigation of their own for almost a decade.
There were differing opinions concerning the depth of water at the Gulf of Aqaba at this crossing site. Some said there's an underwater land bridge across the 15-kilometre stretch of water from shore to shore.
There's no evidence that I know of, geological, ecological, or any other, that people were able to walk across from Nueva to Midian.
Now, most marine charts show this ledge, but there are differing opinions as to the depth of water at the maximum point. The equipment we took to Nueva uses the latest hydroacoustic technology that measures seabed depth and incorporates a global positioning system to identify the exact location of each depth measurement. So over a 6-day period, we ended up with close to 50,000 depth recordings. Our results confirmed that there is a roadway, a pathway in the sea. We saw that on the monitor. There was no drop-off, it was just a very gentle slope to the Saudi coastline.
The hypothesis is that the biblical text from the book of Exodus is a true historical document.
And this text contains clear clues concerning the route of Exodus, which has led us to this location at the Red Sea. And if this is the site of the crossing, we would expect to find physical remains of the Egyptian army on the seabed. What is important to understand is that these events took place some 3,500 years ago. And further, each dive can be at a maximum of about 30-40 minutes, and there are only a few dives per day. We have had very limited technical support, basically no support at all. And we talk about huge areas to search, with in some cases unclear borders. And we have very deep waters, and they are also dangerous. We have toxic fish, we have shark-infested waters, and we have very strong currents. This is not an easy task. Is there any physical evidence on the seabed? Yes, there is, and we have some examples. Skeletons of humans, skeleton parts of horses and bulls, chariot wheels, and strange structures, possibly axles, wagons, and parts of chariots. And all these finds are spread out on a large area on the coasts of Saudi Arabia and Egypt.
So if people are looking for chariot wheels, is there any crime searching for evidence like that?
No, I would definitely say not. If we know that this incident occurred in the Red Sea, we can be confident that there is probably some evidence left behind there. And so there's absolutely nothing wrong with going and looking for that evidence, even though we can trust that it occurred 100% because the Bible tells us it did.
In this film, in investigation, what we're looking at is some people are suggesting it happened in a shallow area near the border lakes of Egypt, and others are suggesting it happened at the sea. And so the question would be, is there any evidence left? You know, I mean, how long would it be able to remain there before it was, destroyed?
Well, I know wood, especially metal type objects, can survive for centuries, right, under the water because of the preservation that's there. So salt is a preservative that does aid. If the wood is completely submerged, it can last for quite a very long time. Now, as soon as it's brought up and starts to dry out, it will fall apart. So they have to be real careful how they, if they ever to bring up evidence like that, how they examine it. But because of the structure of wood, the cells absorb the water and it can actually survive for a very, very long time. And just based on what we know from the account of the Bible, it would have to be in a deeper part because there wouldn't be walls of water on both sides if it was shallow.
They've commented that they think that there's a pattern of metal in the coral that is the same where the spokes would be. And obviously you haven't had a chance to look at it.
Sure, I'm not an expert on the construction of a chariot wheel, but again, there's really nothing unusual. For example, well, this is more of a lumpy kind of coral.
So there's a shape here.
But these kinds of shapes are very typical of coral growth. Then we have a species like this that actually looks like some kind of a wheel formation, but the popular name or the familiar name is table coral. There are a couple of exactly, but that's the way it grows. And this particular genus is related to the elkhorn coral and the staghorn coral that we see in the Caribbean, as well as see it in the Red Sea and in the Pacific. And it's just the way it's built. It's actually trying to maximize the amount of light that it's getting by taking on this shape, because the coral actually has an algae inside the coral tissue that is photosynthetic. So it needs the light. Even though coral is an animal, it needs to have the sunlight to support this symbiotic relationship between the algae and the coral.
Okay. So is it too fantastic of an idea, do you think, to actually look for chariots or chariot wheels on the bottom of the Red Sea?
I think it is a rather fantastic idea. From what I know about chariot construction, we wouldn't expect most of the chariots to be made out of anything but wood and leather. And we wouldn't expect them to survive. They'd be completely splintered in some kind of water catastrophe of the proportions that one would imagine in this kind of a setting if water had to be pushed aside. So for them to even survive that and to maintain their wheel shapes that would have been in the chariot, and then to actually preserve that shape in a coral growth is for me it takes a lot of imagination to expect that. And the fact that there really hasn't been any convincing research that would show the metal patterns and even sampling of the material, well, I remain a skeptic.
We have to keep looking. You have to keep pursuing.
Eric Lemke became an Exodus explorer as a young man when Ron Wyatt invited him to go to the Middle East in search of biblical events. Eric made 13 trips altogether. I've heard the term magic bullet, or that is a magic bullet, or if that's the right term, that people would want to use to say, well, if we find just one chariot wheel, that proves the whole Exodus happened. The question would be that, well, there could be chariot wheels there from some other time period that could have been swept down in the valley. So, but like you said, you're seeing a much larger pattern.
I'm looking at the macro view. Okay, we've got an entire biblical narrative which you've outlined in your series, from the starting point from Egypt, from Midian where Moses was directed to go back into Egypt, the location of this beachhead on Nueva that could hold upwards of 2 million people or more, to being entangled in the land with the mountains coming down all the way to the sea, to where they could not move any further south. That wadi, which we believe they came through, roughly 18 miles, that opened up into that beachhead, where they couldn't escape that way, because that's where Pharaoh and his army came through, we believe. The location of the biblical narrative where it describes this area. There's so many other things that we can look to besides having to document the preserved army under the sea. Now, granted, from my perspective, finding these items, not just what I saw, but some of the other things that I have seen in Ron's previous work, and I have no reason to doubt him from my work with him and experience with him, I believe those just definitely add to this location.
The Bible tells us in Exodus 15, it talks about Pharaoh's chariots and his host hath he cast into the sea.
From Sunday school lessons to Hollywood blockbusters, the parting of the Red Sea has become one of the most retold miracles in human history. But behind the faith lies a nagging question. Did it really happen? Take a deep breath. This next story is wild. Wild because a group of modern salvage divers recently dove into the Red Sea, not in search of treasure, but to chase a mystery that's nearly half a century old.
This shows a chariot wheel. There's approximately 20,000. We've collected a couple of horses' hooves.
Pharaoh's lost wheel has been found, and it's not good. Why is this not good? Join us in this video as we explore the details of what they found in the Red Sea. What salvage divers just found in the Red Sea? Pharaoh's chariot wheel. The discovery is staggering. Using state-of-the-art underwater cameras and sonar, seasoned salvage divers returned to the very coordinates Ron Wyatt marked more than 40 years ago, where he claimed to have spotted Egyptian chariot wheels on the floor of the Red Sea. With metal detectors scanning the seabed, they may have just brought to light one of the most extraordinary archaeological finds of the century. Divers reported finding strange metal objects hidden beneath coral-covered hubs. At first, many dismissed these claims as wild imagination, but the deeper the divers went, the more undeniable the evidence became. Beneath the waves, eerie shapes began to emerge, symmetrical structures with sharp, distinct edges, almost like the wheels of an ancient chariot frozen in time. The closer they looked, the clearer the outlines became. At least 3 wheel-like formations stood out, encrusted with coral, but still holding their form after centuries underwater. Their cameras captured every detail. One wheel in particular glimmered faintly with a gold-like sheen beneath the coral. It was weathered, yes, but strangely preserved, enough to send chills down the divers' spines. This wasn't just another relic lost at sea. It looked like something that could challenge everything archaeology had accepted up to that point. As they pressed on, more fragments appeared, pieces of metal, bone shards that looked human and horse-like, and other remains scattered along the seabed. Each discovery seemed to echo the controversial claims of Ron Wyatt, the man whose theories had long been ridiculed. "This is not good," one diver whispered. For believers, the sight was breathtaking, possibly the remnants of Pharaoh's drowned army from the biblical Exodus. For skeptics, it was deeply unsettling. What if the world had been wrong all along? What if these weren't just random wrecks, but physical proof of a story long thought to be only myth? If true, this wasn't just a discovery. It was a revelation that could rewrite history itself. At first, the divers believed they were simply retracing Ron Wyatt's old trail. But then, something surfaced that changed everything. Drone footage revealed the first unsettling clue: a half-buried horse skull tangled in seagrass, lying awkwardly on the ocean floor. When it was brought up for testing, DNA results delivered a shocking revelation. It matched an ancient Egyptian breed once used to pull royal chariots. That alone was staggering, but the real horror was still to come. Moments later, a diver's strained voice crackled through the radio. "This is not good." The crew assumed he meant equipment trouble, until the live feed from his helmet cam appeared on their monitors. What they saw froze them in place. Human remains. Not a few scattered bones, but hundreds. Skulls, ribs, and spines lay entangled with coral-covered spears and the splintered remains of wooden frames. And the arrangement was anything but random. These weren't the casualties of a shipwreck. They were clusters of people, seemingly caught mid-flight, as if death had swept over them all at once. The dive no longer felt like an expedition. It felt like descending into a mass grave. Just as scripture had long suggested, it appeared that hundreds, perhaps thousands of Pharaoh Ramses II soldiers had perished while pursuing Moses and the Israelites, the Red Sea sealing their fate. Yet, for all the chilling implications, the evidence remained uncertain. The skulls could not be definitively linked to Moses' time. For now, the most convincing pieces remained the fragile chariot wheels, so delicate that even the lightest touch threatened to shatter them. Centuries of saltwater corrosion, relentless tides, and the crushing weight of silt had done their damage. These weren't polished relics destined for a museum. They would never leave the sea again. What remained were fragile ghosts, collapsing under the pressure of time. Yet in their decay, they felt more real. Metallurgists consulted remotely confirmed that some fragments matched the metallurgy of late Bronze Age Egypt. Coral and crustacean growth made cleaning impossible without destroying them. But sonar imaging revealed unmistakable outlines. Wheels with 4 and 6 spokes, the signature of Egyptian military chariots. Divers even uncovered part of an axle wedged deep in the sea floor. But the most chilling find wasn't the artifacts. It was the bones, men, horses, and shattered metal strewn in a line beneath the waves. It looked less like scattered wreckage and more like a frozen moment of catastrophe, a mass grave preserved in silence. Did you also get chills? But how did this mission begin? What motivated such level of courage and adventure? Keep watching to find out. The truth behind the expedition. The mission itself was carefully planned in secret. In late 2024, a small team of elite divers and marine technology experts gathered in Aqaba, Jordan. Their target? a forgotten stretch of the Red Sea near Nuweiba Beach, on the Egyptian side of the Gulf of Aqaba. But this wasn't your average dive. They weren't hunting for sunken ships or lost treasure. They were chasing the ghost of a claim made nearly 50 years ago by Ron Wyatt, an explorer who insisted he had found the wheels of Pharaoh Ramesses II's chariots beneath the waves. The team, made up of tough marine engineers, ex-military divers, and seasoned underwater archaeologists, set out to see if Wyatt had been telling the truth all along. Some members of the team worked quietly in the open, while others chose to stay completely anonymous. Their arsenal of equipment was cutting-edge sonar imaging systems, deep-sea drones with high-resolution cameras, and submersible scanners capable of detecting even the slightest shifts in seabed sediment. But despite all the tech, the mission almost didn't happen. Funding requests sent through traditional archaeological channels were rejected outright. Government agencies and universities dismissed the idea as nonsense. One Israeli antiquities official reportedly scoffed, "There's nothing there but coral and conspiracy." To make matters worse, several governments quietly warned the divers not to explore the site, citing marine preservation laws. It became clear someone didn't want those waters disturbed. Still, the team refused to give up. A group of discreet private backers finally stepped in. These were wealthy enthusiasts of biblical archaeology, people who had followed Ron Wyatt's controversial claims for years. Some were simply curious. Others were deeply motivated by faith. Together, they funded the entire operation quietly, without publicity, and with complete discretion. Months of planning followed. Permits were quietly secured. How did the public react to this news? What made it even more chilling? Keep watching to find out. Pharaoh's Wheel controversy. How the world reacted to the news. One of the loudest voices to weigh in was Greg Gutfeld. Known for his sharp humor and skepticism of official narratives, he couldn't resist. On his primetime show, he quipped, "If these guys actually find chariot wheels in the Red Sea, I want a refund on my high school history textbook. Seriously, why is this kind of thing always left out?" That single line set off a storm of debate. Was this the start of a groundbreaking discovery, or just another dive into religious fantasy? Whatever the skeptics said, the divers were already deep beneath the waves, pushing further into the dark blue. They weren't just exploring the sea, they were pressing against the fragile boundary between legend and history. And at the heart of their mission loomed one question. What really happened during the Exodus? Some argue the crossing wasn't in the Red Sea at all, but in the shallow marshes of Egypt's Nile Delta, the so-called Sea of Reeds. Some argue the crossing took place in the Gulf of Suez. But one of the most debated and enduring theories suggests something different, that the miracle happened farther east, at a place called Nuweiba Beach in the Gulf of Aqaba. Supporters of this theory point to the geography. Nuweiba is unusually wide and flat, large enough to hold thousands of people fleeing in desperation. Even more compelling, beneath its waters lies a natural underwater land bridge, linking the Sinai Peninsula to the Arabian side. A possible escape route for the Israelites. Could this have been the path across the sea? Mainstream scholars aren't convinced. Prominent voices like Israel Finkelstein argue that the Exodus story, including the Red Sea crossing, is not literal history, but a national myth. According to this view, the tale was written centuries later during the Babylonian exile as a way for the Israelites to preserve identity and hope. The miracle, they argue, was never meant to be taken literally. It was symbolic, a story of divine protection and liberation during times of suffering. And there's the elephant in the room, the lack of hard evidence. No Hebrew campsites have ever been found. No remnants of a destroyed Egyptian army. For decades, countless expeditions have searched for proof, only to come up empty-handed. Each disappointment has deepened skepticism, prompting most academic institutions to quietly walk away from the subject altogether. Who was behind the first attempt to prove the myth right? Was he successful? Let's find out. The man behind the Pharaoh chariot's wheel claims. For many, the belief in the existence of the Pharaoh's chariot wheel traces back to one man, the explorer who first dared to claim, "I found the wheels of Pharaoh." His name is Ron Wyatt, a self-taught adventurer who captured imaginations and stirred fierce controversy. Wyatt is the figure most often invoked whenever the Red Sea crossing debate resurfaces. To his followers, he was a trailblazer. To his critics, a fraud. Either way, his story still refuses to die. He wasn't a professor. He held no archaeological license. He had no formal training in history or anthropology. For most of his life, Wyatt worked quietly as a nurse anesthetist in Tennessee, but inside him burned a conviction that the Bible wasn't just a book of faith, but a literal historical record waiting to be proven true. In the 1970s, Wyatt began stepping away from his medical career, pouring his energy into what he saw as a divine calling, uncovering the physical evidence behind the Bible's greatest miracles. He funded his own expeditions, scraping together money from friends, church groups, and small private donors. Fame wasn't his goal. To him, this was a mission from God. His early journeys were bold, even audacious. In Turkey, he claimed to have located the resting place of Noah's Ark on Mount Ararat. In Saudi Arabia, he pointed to Mount Sinai itself, insisting it still bore the blackened scorch marks of God's fire. Each claim pushed him further into the spotlight and further into controversy. To his supporters, Wyatt was a fearless truth seeker. To his critics, he was a misguided amateur chasing fantasies. But nothing would draw more global attention than his dive into the Red Sea in 1978. That year, Wyatt traveled to Nuweiba Beach on the eastern coast of the Sinai Peninsula. With only basic scuba gear and almost no formal backing, he slipped beneath the waters of the Gulf of Aqaba, driven by little more than scripture, geography, and faith. And according to Wyatt, what he discovered down there would change everything. Wyatt claimed he had seen something extraordinary beneath the waves, coral-encrusted shapes that looked like the wheels of ancient Egyptian chariots. Some, he said, had 4 spokes. Others had 6 or even 8. He also described spotting human femurs and skulls, some appearing to have been crushed by tremendous force. Perhaps his boldest claim was of a shimmering circular object glinting on the seafloor, what he believed to be a gold-plated chariot wheel. Again and again, Wyatt pointed to the underwater land bridge stretching from Nuweiba to the Arabian Peninsula, convinced this was the very path Moses had led the Israelites across. To him, the timing, geography, and shapes all aligned. This wasn't coincidence. It was divine proof, hiding in plain sight. But when it came to evidence, Wyatt's case collapsed. He never produced certified photographs. No peer-reviewed papers ever supported his claims. And despite decades of speculation, no physical artifacts were retrieved from the seafloor. Official institutions denied him access to excavation permits. And when he was allowed to present his findings, most academic journals refused to publish them. They argued his methods were crude, his tools too basic, and his interpretations built more on faith than science. Still, his story refused to die. For years, grainy photos and hand-drawn diagrams appeared in obscure Christian newsletters and low-budget documentaries. To skeptics, he was a dreamer, or worse, a fraud. But to believers, Wyatt was a modern prophet, a man chosen to confirm the Bible's most astonishing miracle. If Wyatt really saw the chariot's wheels of Pharaoh, why did he not escalate them for proof? Or was it just a fiction of his imagination? Keep watching to find out. Ron Wyatt's explanation, the chariot wheel mystery. According to Ron Wyatt, the waters of the Gulf of Aqaba guard their secrets well. Among those secrets, he claimed, were the remains of Pharaoh Ramesses II's drowned army, ancient chariot wheels and human bones, preserved for thousands of years under layers of sand, salt, and coral. Wyatt offered 4 explanations about why the artifacts were not excavated. First, coral. He said the wheels and bones were completely encrusted in hardened coral. The growth had preserved their shapes, but left them impossibly fragile. Touching them, he feared, would cause them to crumble into dust. He even documented a coral-encrusted wheel with dimensions eerily close to known Egyptian artifacts. Second, removal risks. Wyatt believed the seafloor itself had become both a coffin and a shield for the relics. Once disturbed, exposed to air, light, or human handling, the objects would collapse, leaving behind nothing but fragments and unanswered questions, visions. Third, the law. The Gulf of Aqaba falls under Egypt's strict archaeological jurisdiction. Removing any artifact without government approval isn't just frowned upon, it's a crime. Wyatt claimed this legal wall made it nearly impossible to recover or even publicly display his alleged finds without risking severe repercussions. And then came his 4th, most provocative claim. Among the coral-coated remnants, Wyatt insisted he had seen something different, something that shimmered beneath the water. It wasn't like the others. This, he said, was a golden chariot wheel. Unlike the others, this wheel wasn't covered in coral. It was smooth, gleaming, and appeared, at least in Wyatt's telling, to be plated in gold. According to his account, he handed the artifact over to Egyptian authorities for safekeeping. But here's where the story begins to unravel. There are no verified photographs, no museum listings, no official report, no display, nothing to prove the golden wheel ever existed. To skeptics, that absence isn't just suspicious, it's damning. If such a relic had truly been recovered, it would have sent shockwaves through the archaeological world. Instead, all that remains is Wyatt's word. To many scholars, his tale is nothing more than fantasy wrapped in wishful thinking. And yet, the story refuses to die. Even without proof, it taps into something deeper, a yearning to see faith confirmed, to find solid evidence where myth and history blur. That desire is why, decades later, a new generation of divers returned to the same waters Wyatt once swam. What else lies beneath the waves of the Red Sea? Should the be scared or happy? Keep watching to find out. More possible Red Sea discoveries. When the footage surfaced, social media erupted. Astonishment clashed with disbelief. Some swore this was the discovery of a lifetime. Others dismissed it as an elaborate hoax. Commentator Greg Gutfeld captured the mood, saying, "This is shocking. Either it's a stunning hoax or the history books are about to get rewritten." Then came the takedowns. Videos began vanishing from major platforms, sparking speculation that someone, some authority, didn't want the footage spreading. Still, copies slipped through, bouncing from account to account, fueling debate. And with each disappearance, curiosity only grew stronger. The divers' discovery in the Red Sea has done more than excite the faithful or irritate the skeptics. It has cracked open a door that may never close. If Egyptian chariot wheels and human remains truly sit on the seafloor, where the story of Exodus places them, then what else have we missed? What other ancient truths lie buried in dust, stone, and deep waters, waiting to be found? The question isn't just what have we found, but what else is still waiting? It's not just about boots on the ground anymore. I has joined the search. Artificial intelligence is now scanning ancient tunnels, underwater cliffs, and forgotten tombs. These systems can pick up patterns, anomalies, and hidden structures that the human eye could never detect. We're stepping into a new age of discovery, one where history isn't only uncovered with shovels, but also with code, algorithms, and the relentless curiosity of people who believe truth never disappears. It only waits to be found. So, what does this mean for us? It means our timeline of human history might not be as fixed as we once thought. It means those ancient texts could hold more fact than myth. And it suggests that the boundary between faith and history isn't really a wall. It's more like a bridge that sank long ago, now slowly rising back into view. What do you think about this discovery? Let us know in the comments section below. Thank you for watching this video. We hope you found it interesting.
Alrighty, we are back. All right, so that wasn't the one I was talking about, but you still get the idea. All right, so there's more videos about that. There's one that they went under there with an underground submarine, and they really found a lot of human remains and horse remains and stuff located. And so yeah, real even more astounding really than that one we just watched. But let's go ahead and move on. Exodus 15. Who would like to read this chapter? This is all about the Song of Moses now. Go ahead, JJ.
Okay. Exodus 15, verse 1. Then Musha and the children of Yisrael sang this song to Yahuwah and spoke, saying, I sing to Yahuwah, for he is highly exalted. The horse and its rider he has thrown into the sea. Yahuwah is my strength and song, and he has become my deliverance. He is my Elohim, and I praise him, Elohim of my father, and I exalt him. Yahuwah is a man of battle. Yahuwah is his name. He has cast Pharaoh's chariots and his army into the sea, and his chosen officers are drowned in the sea of reeds. The depths covered them. They went down to the bottom like a stone. Your right hand, Yahuwah, has become great in power. Your right hand, Yahuwah, has crushed the enemy. And in the greatness of your excellence, you pulled down those who rose up against you. You sent forth your wrath. It consumed them like stubble. And with the wind of your nostrils, the Maim were heaped up. The floods stood like a wall. The depths became stiff in the heart of the sea. The enemy said, I pursue, I overtake, I divide the spoil. My being is satisfied on them. I draw out my sword, my hand destroys them. You did blow with your wind, the sea covered them. They sank like lead in the mighty Maim. Who is like you, O Yahuwah, among the mighty ones? Who is like you, great in Kodeshness, awesome in praises, working wonders? You stretched out your right hand, and the Arets swallowed them. In your kindness, you led the people whom you have redeemed. In your strength, you guided them to your set apart dwelling. Peoples heard, they trembled, anguish gripped in the inhabitants of Philistia. Then the chiefs of Edom were troubled, the mighty men of Moab. Trembling grips them. All the inhabitants of Canaan melted. Fear and dread fell on them. By the greatness of your army, they are as silent as a stone. Until your people pass over, Yahuwah, until the people whom you have brought pass over, you brought them in the plant in and I'm sorry. You bring them in and plant them in the mountain of your inheritance, in the place, Yahuwah, which you have made for your own dwelling, the set apart place, Yahuwah, which your hands have prepared. Yahuwah reigns forever and ever. For the horses of Pharaoh went with the chariots and his horsemen into the sea, and Yahuwah brought back the Mayim of the sea upon them. And the children of Yisrael went on dry ground, and in the midst of the sea, and Mayim the prophetess, the sister of Aharon, took the timbrel in her hand, and all the women went out after her with timbrels and with dances. And Miriam answered them, Sing to Yahuwah, for he is highly exalted. The horse and its rider he has thrown into the sea. And Musha brought Yisrael from the sea of reeds. And they went out into the wilderness of Shur. And they went 3 yamen in the wilderness and found no water. And they came to Marah, and they were unable to drink the Mayim of Marah, for they were bitter. So the name of it was called Marah. And the people grumbled against Musha, saying, What are we to drink? Then he cried out to Yahuwah, and Yahuwah showed him a tree. And he threw it into the Mayim. The Mayim were made sweet. There he made a law and a right ruling for them, and there he tried them. And he said, If you diligently obey the voice of Yahuwah, your Elohim, and do what is right in his eyes, and shall listen to his commands, and shall guard all his laws, I shall bring on you none of the diseases I brought on the Mitzrites. For I am Yahuwah who heals you. And they came to Elim, where there were 12 fountains of water and 70 palm trees, and they camped there by the Mayim.
Thanks, JJ.
You're welcome.
All right, this is just the song of Moshe that the children of Israel sang, and then Miriam, the prophetess, sister of Aaron, she took off with the tambourine, and all the women followed her around, and they kept singing the song. The lyrics of the beginning of the song over and over. Pretty self-explanatory. The children are still complaining and grumbling because it's not going perfectly well for them. Is there any thoughts, comments, or questions? Anything jumping out at anybody here? I think it's pretty self-explanatory, really, as far as that chapter goes. Go to Revelations 15. Revelations 15, 1 through 4. Who wants to read that? Go ahead, Sandra.
Revelations 15, 1 through 4. And I saw another sign in the heaven, great and marvelous. 7 messengers having the 7 last plagues of the wrath of Yahuwah was ended in them. And I saw I saw like a sea of glass mixed with fire, and those overcoming the behemoth and his image and his mark and the number of his name standing on the sea of glass, holding harps of Yahuwah. And they sang the song of Musha, the servant of Yahuwah, and the song of the Lamb, saying, Great and marvelous are your works. Yahuwah al Shaddai, righteous and true are your ways, O sovereign of the Kodashim. Who shall not fear you, O Yahuwah, and esteem your name? Because you alone are kind, because all nations shall come and worship before you, for your uprightness have been made manifest.
Okay, so there we go. The mention of the song of Moshe, the servant of Yahuwah, mentioned there in Revelations. All righty. Thoughts, comments, questions? Let's get into 16. Who wants to read that one? Go ahead. Go ahead, Chandra.
Your mic is off, baby.
Shemoth, Exodus chapter 16, verse 1. And they set out from Elim, and all the congregation of the children of Israel came to the wilderness of Sin, which is between Elim and Sinai, on the 15th yom of the second month after their going out of the land of Mitzrayim. And all the congregation of the children of Israel grumbled against Moshe and Aharon in the wilderness. And the children of Israel said to them, if only we had died by the hand of Yahuwah in the land of Mitzrayim, when we sat by pots of meat, and when we ate bread to satisfaction. For you have brought us out into this wilderness to put all this assembly to death with hunger. And Yahuwah said to Moshe, see, I am raining bread from the Shamaim for you, and the people shall go out and gather a yom's portion every yom in order to try them whether they walk in my Torah or not. And it shall be on the 6th yom that they shall prepare what they bring in, and it shall be twice as much as they gather daily. And Moshe and Aharon said to all the children of Israel, at evening you shall know that Yahuwah has brought you out of the land of Mitzrayim. And in the morning you shall see the esteem of Yahuwah, for he hears your grumblings against Yahuwah. And what are we that you grumbled against us? And Moshe said, in that Yahuwah gives you meat to eat in the evening, and in the morning bread to satisfaction. For Yahuwah hears your grumblings, which you make against him. And what are we? Your grumblings are not against us, but against Yahuwah. And
Moshe, wow, stop right there. Okay. So what's happening here? I mean, they're still mumbling and grumbling and complaining, but what's transpiring here? What's being set up?
Aren't they being? Oh, I raised my hand.
Go ahead.
So, are they being tried? So, in their trials, they're complaining because of the way he's deciding to try them. So it's like he's taking them through a process. It just said it, to try them whether they walk in my Torah or not. And so they're directing it to Moshe, and Moshe is not the one that's causing it. Yahuwah is the one that has predetermined their situation here. So it's just like if you try, it's like when we witness to someone and we tell them about walking with Yahuwah, then it's like in Yehukanan chapter 16, Yahusha told this his talmud, and he said the world's gonna look like it's having a big party, but don't worry, I've overcome the world. He said, but and anytime somebody make a complaint against one of us or against the word, they're not really complaining against us. They're complaining against righteousness. They're complaining against Yahuwah, and they don't realize that. That's their flesh versus walking in the Ruach, believing. They didn't have no belief. All day long, he stretched out his hand to a game saying, and dissenting people sound like. So in their trial, it's a scripture said, in our trial, we possess our beings. I'm just paraphrasing it a little bit.
Anybody else? Any thoughts on this? What's going on now? Okay, so they seem to be complaining about every little thing. Go ahead, Ross.
They never thanked him for it. That's the main thing that sticks out for me, that they were complaining, but never thanked him for the food. They never thanked him for the water. They never thanked him for anything to even wake up. And he saved them out of Mitzrayim. I mean, that's what happens with people today. They complain about it, and they never thank him about anything. That goes back to that where there were like 10 people, and only one came back to Yahusha, and he said, "Where'd the other 9 go?" or something like that in the New Testament, and that nobody ever thanks him. He gets tired of it. He's the one that with the longest suffering. It's not us that's been suffering as long as him. He's been suffering since day one.
Yeah. Okay, so this is they're being tried, correctly said, because they're being tried to see if they listen to his instructions or not, or are they just going to continue to ignore what he's saying and just complain and grumble, right, without following his instructions. And so this is one thing, but the other thing that's being done here is he's setting them up for a training process that's going to be coming. And the training process we're going to find out here is going to be the Shabbat. Now, in Genesis, since Genesis, the 7th day in Genesis, there's been no mention of the Shabbat from that point on. Okay, and there still isn't. But we are beginning to see the beginning of a training period coming, and he's testing them or trying them to see if they're willing to follow his instructions or not. Or are they just going to keep complaining and grumbling? Can you imagine, you're complaining, you're grumbling, and somebody comes up and gives you instructions on what to do to fix the situation you're in, but you don't do it? You just continue to complain and grumble? So you're not trying to do anything to fix the situation other than complain? How irritating would that be? And they keep coming to you and complaining and grumbling about it. And you say, well, did you do what I said? No. I'd rather die. I should have died in Egypt than to do what you say. I mean, how irritating would that be after a while, right? And so this is kind of what's going on here. Now look at this down here at the bottom of 8. Your grumblings are not against us, but against Yahuwah. Why is Moses saying that? In that Yahuwah gives you meat to eat in the evening, and in the morning bread to satisfaction. For Yahuwah hears your grumblings which you make against him. And what are we? Your grumblings are not against us, but against Yahuwah. So what's the point? What's Moses saying here? What's the point? Roz?
Because we're made in Yahuwah's image. And if we're complaining about us, we're complaining about Yahuwah. And we're not seeing that we're complaining and doing that about him.
Yeah. I like Moses' response here. And what are we that you grumble against us? And Moses said, in that Yahuwah gives you meat to eat in the evening, and in the morning bread to satisfaction. For Yahuwah hears your grumblings which you make against him. What are we? Your grumblings are not against us, but against Yahuwah. So, this kind of reminds me of somebody who you try to teach truth to them, and they snapping at you, and they're grumbling, complaining, and fighting, and quarreling with you, and debating with you, calling you names, and all this other kind of stuff. And you step back and you go, yeah, no, who am I that you're saying this to me? This is, this ain't me. I'm not the one saying this or wrote this. This is Yahuwah. So you're not against me. You're going against Yahuwah saying these things. And it's kind of like that. What a huge lesson. Your grumblings are against us, but against Yahuwah. Has anybody seen anything else on that? Anything spiritual? Phyllis?
It reminds me that if people accuse us and poorly treat us because of righteousness' sake, that we should rejoice and be glad of it.
Mm-hmm. Any other thoughts about this? Comments, questions about what's happening right here at this point? Don't forget, they haven't got the Ten Commandments. He hasn't commanded them or taught them anything about the Sabbath. It's never been mentioned since the seventh day of creation up to this point. All right, so let's continue on then. Sandra.
Sister Ross has her hand up.
Oh, go ahead.
So I guess that means that they didn't celebrate and worship the Father at all, except little bitty groups of them. They were more interested in going after the world than they were after going after the Father Yahuwah.
I'd say most of them, yeah, they had lost track of what, their culture, and what they were doing prior to being slaves. So over that period of time, the 400-year period, they had forgotten all about Yahuwah, at least most of them. Now, I think there were some that had remembered and knew, and maybe in secret, but they still knew some things. But obviously, they're entering into a training phase here. That's what's going on. Very much can't tell them nothing. All they want to do is complain and grumble about every little thing. So it's almost like he was saying, "Oh, they don't have ears to hear, so I have to train them." And he's beginning the training process here to give them what will become known as manna to eat. And he's giving them instructions on what to do, how to deal with this manna. Telling them that, they have to collect twice as much on the 6th day, and not to let it last till morning because it'll stink. It'll get rotten and stink. It'll get worms all over it. We continue on here. So are they going to follow his instructions, or are they just going to keep grumbling and complaining? I guess is why he's doing what he's doing with them. I mean, it gets so bad that they get grounded. Anybody? Thoughts, comments, question? All right, well, let's continue on this, Sandra.
Shemoth, called Exodus chapter 16, verse 9. And Moshe said to Aharon, say to all the congregation of the children of Israel, come near before Yahuwah, for he has heard your grumblings. And it came to be, as Aharon spoke to all the congregation of the children of Israel, that they looked toward the wilderness, and see, the esteem of Yahuwah appeared in a cloud. And Yahuwah spoke to Moshe, saying, I have heard the grumbling of the children of Israel. Speak to them, saying, between the evenings you are to eat meat. In the morning you are to be satisfied with bread. And you shall know that I am Yahuwah, your Elohim. And it came to be that quail came up at evening and covered the camp. And in the morning the dew lay all around the camp. And the layer of dew went up, and see, on the surface of the wilderness was a small round substance as fine as frost on the ground. The children of Israel saw, and they said to each other, what is it? For they did not know what it was. And Moshe said to them, it is the bread which Yahuwah has given you to eat. This is the word which Yahuwah has commanded. Let every man gather according to each one's need, an omer for each beam, according to the number of beams. Let every man take for those who are in his tent. And the children of Israel did so, and gathered, some more, some less. And they measured it by omers, and he who gathered much did not have too much, and he who gathered little did not have too little. Each one gathered according to his need. And Moshe said, let no one leave any of it until morning. And they did not listen to Moshe. So some of them left part of it till morning, and it bred worms and stank. And Moshe was wroth with them, and they gathered it every morning, each one according to his need. And when the sun became hot, it melted. And it came to be on the 6th yom that they gathered twice as much bread, 2 omers for each one. And all the rulers of the congregation came and told Moshe. And he said to them, this is what Yahuwah said. Tomorrow is a rest, a Shabbat set apart to Yahuwah. That which you bake, bake, and that which you cook, cook. And lay up for yourself all that is left over to keep until morning. And they laid it up till morning as Moshe commanded, and it did not stink, and no worm was in it. And Moshe said, Eat it today, for today is Shabbat to Yahuwah. Today you do not find it in the field. Gather it 6 yomim, but on the 7th yom, which is the Shabbat, there is none. And it came to be that some of the people went out on the 7th yom to gather, but they found none. And Yahuwah said to Moshe, how long shall you refuse to guard my commands and my Torah? See, because Yahuwah has given you the Shabbat, therefore he has given you bread for 2 yomim on the 6th yom. Let each one stay in his place. Do not let anyone go out of his place on the 7th yom. So the people rested on the 7th yom, and the house of Yisrael called its name manna, and it was like white coriander seed, and the taste of it was like thin cakes made with honey. And Moshe,
Okay, stop. All right, so now we see that he's feeding them and he's giving them instructions about this food that he's supplying. They're listening in one way, but not another way. When they don't listen, worms and it came on it and it stank. Then you see that he goes down and he takes the training and puts it into application. So it's been approximately 200 years or so since Shabbat was mentioned in Genesis. And apparently they weren't doing it. They haven't been doing it. And so maybe because it wasn't given to them yet as a command or part of the everlasting covenant had not come yet, for sure. But here he's giving them instructions, he's training them, and told them that if they did a double portion on the 6th day, that it wouldn't stink and get worms, and it didn't, as long as they listened. If they didn't, then it would. So here it says in 23, tomorrow is a rest, a Shabbat set apart to Yahuwah. That which you bake, bake, and that which you cook, cook, and lay up for yourselves all that is left over to keep it until morning. What does that mean? Go ahead, Phyllis.
It means they're supposed to rest on Sabbath and not go out and gather.
Yeah, but what does it mean? Which you bake, bake, and that which you cook, cook. What does that mean? Sandra?
Is that the preparation day for Shabbat?
Yeah, it seems like to be, doesn't it? Seems like he's establishing preparation day here. And lay up for yourselves all that is left over to keep it.
Esteem to Yahusha.
So we can see there's a training process being established here. Okay, and so they laid it up till morning, that was Moses' command, and it did not stink, and no worm was in it. And Moses said, "Eat it today, for today is Shabbat to Yahuwah. Today you do not find it in the field." So it's not going to be supplied to them. And so if they disobeyed and didn't collect double portion, they wouldn't have nothing to eat on this day, which they wouldn't have died, but apparently they were grumbling and complaining so much. Must have been all about their stomach, I guess. But anyway, I don't think the Shabbat was being established to be a day of fasting anyway. It was more of a joyous delight festival type day, not a day of mourning and fasting. Okay, so then it says, gather it 6 days, but on the seventh, which is the Shabbat, there is none. There will be none. So he's teaching them which day was Shabbat by doing this. Correct? So all 6 days there would be manna coming down, and on the Shabbat there wouldn't. So now he's teaching them which day was Shabbat. Is what he's doing with this manna, is he not? Go ahead, Phyllis.
I was thinking when he said bake what you would bake and cook what you would cook, meaning everything that you gather, make sure it's all baked up and cooked up and prepared, which is basic what Roz said and Sandra said.
Yeah, same thing, yeah. Okay, so they didn't find any on the Shabbat, so that signified to them which day was the Shabbat, obviously. And then Yahuwah said to Moshe, how long shall you refuse to guard my commands in my Torah? See, because Yahuwah has given you the Shabbat, therefore he has given you bread for 2 yamim on the 6th yom. Let each one stay in his place. Do not let anyone go out of their place on the 7th day. Okay, so obviously then, they weren't doing what they were supposed to do. And it made Yahuwah mad. And so he added to the training phase here that don't even go out looking for it. So he said, okay, they're not listening. They're still going out and they're looking for it. When I told them to collect twice as much on prep day, and there wouldn't be any coming on the Sabbath, so that you wouldn't know what day was the Sabbath. But yet they're going out and looking for it, so they're not listening. So just tell them to stay in their house. So this becomes a part of punishment. Basically, so they rested on the 7th because they had to stay in their house. And they called it manna. And it was like coriander seed, and the taste of it was like thin cakes made with honey, which is kind of interesting. But it tastes like. But this is the establishment of the weekly Sabbath and what they were supposed to do. Okay, so there was the to identify it, and according to the day count, and also the lack of manna, just so they would know that there was the correct count, and then punishment because they weren't listening. They had to stay in their house during this training phase. Does this training phase end? Yeah, it does. It absolutely ends. Anybody got any idea when it ends? When did the manna stop coming down from heaven for the children of Israel? When did it quit? This is where it began, but when did it quit? June?
It was when they actually entered over into the land of Canaan.
Correct.
Yeah.
When they crossed over.
I do have something to add.
Go ahead.
This is, I'm seeing this over here in Yahukanon in chapter 6, where is this not an anti-type of Yahusha coming? Because they were still grumbling when he came. The Yehudim, there they were still grumbling. Verse 41, chapter 6 says, therefore the Yehudim were grumbling against him because he said, I am the bread of life which came down of heaven. So when you back up to verse 32, it says, therefore Yahusha said to them, truly I say to you, Moshe did not give you the bread out of heaven, but my Father gives you the true bread out of heaven. For the bread of Elohim is he who comes down out of the heaven and gives life to the world. So I could even really see these 2 days here where you have the preparation day and then you prepare twice. And, you've got the Ruach that was given and there. And then you have the next 1,000 years where the anti-Mashiach comes on the scene, and you have what you have put aside there. And then once you enter into the millennial reign, you actually have, you come together to be with him. So you're not really collecting bread anymore because you have him there with you. I'm not sure if that comes off right, but that's kind of what I was seeing there.
Yeah, there's no doubt this is a foreshadow of Yahusha. Yeah, no doubt. No doubt about that. And even though where it says it tasted like thin cakes made with honey, doesn't it say somewhere that his words are like honey to my mouth? Something like that. Yeah. And so it's all, you can see Yahuwah's fingerprints all over this. Right? Yeah, absolutely. A big time foreshadow of Yahusha, the manna from heaven, for sure. Okay. So he has established the law of the Passover, unleavened bread, and now the weekly Sabbath, resting on the Sabbath. It seems like as they go through the wilderness here, he's training them, whether they know it or not, whether they like it or not, they're being trained right there in front of their eyeballs. I don't even think they realize, to tell you the truth. It don't seem like they do. Sandra?
So I agree that what you're saying, that they're being trained, because most likely while they were in Mitzrayim, they regarded every day alike. They didn't, they weren't even trying to fear Yahuwah, but it emphasizes that we are to fear Yahuwah, and him only we should serve, and not ourselves. And remember, Yahusha told Shaitan when he was being tried that we should obey every word that proceeded out of the mouth of the Father. And that's what Turah means, is instructions. So even though they didn't have the 10 Devarim sounded out to them or written out to them at this time, they still were supposed to fear Yahuwah enough. He was trying to teach them to respect him and to obey his voice and to prepare their hearts to seek him. That's how we prepare our hearts to seek him. It's kind of
he's trying to teach them to listen to him, to his instruction. And because if you don't listen, you're going to be eating worms, and stinking, right? If you do listen, everything's going to be hunky dory. So there seems to be punishment and reward for listening to him. So obviously he's training them to follow his instructions. And when they complain and they grumble, then he comes in and he teaches them what to do to help fix their situation, and shows them that even he'll help supply their needs, and answer their what they're grumbling and complaining about. They help fix it if they listen to his instructions. And we see that they didn't at first, and they were leaving it left over till the next morning, and it would rot and stink and get worms. They weren't, they were going out and hunting for it on the seventh day, rather, than to be satisfied with the labors of the prep day. And then they were punished. They had to stay in their home. So if you're going to go out and hunt for it, you're not going to listen, then stay in your house. A bunch of little kids. Go ahead, Ross.
That manna itself, when it went bad, that's actually portraying the children. That's like spiritual death. The manna, because the manna is like what the Malachim eat, and so it was his teaching of all of his teachings and everything, and listening to him. And when they disobeyed and left it till the next morning, it showed them each time about what death was. And
That's
then
right.
when they died, before they went into the other place because they complained, they lost everything.
That's right.
They didn't get to the other side.
Yeah, it's basically a type or foreshadow of death. If you don't listen to my instructions and do what I say, okay, you're going to die. You're going to get worms. Your body's going to be fed on worms. They're going to feed on your body, and you're going to stink. Yeah, I mean, it's really portraying death, isn't it? It's kind of a disgusting thought, but it is. Very good, Ross. Good observation on that. Anybody else? So yeah, that's portraying death. But notice it says, and they laid it up till morning as Moses commanded, and it did not stink, and no worm was in it. So if they listened, then they would live.
So that part portrayed life.
Yeah, that portrays the life. Wow. Anybody else? Okay. Let's go ahead and finish that chapter off.
Shemoth chapter 16, verse 30. So the people rested on the seventh yom, and the house of Yisrael called its name manna, and it was like white coriander seed, and taste of it was like thin cakes made with honey. And Moshe said, "This is the word which Yahuwah has commanded. Fill an omer with it to keep for your generation, so that they see the bread with which I fed you in the wilderness, when I brought you out of the land of Mitzrayim." And Moshe said to Aharon, "Take a pot and put an omer of manna in it, and set it down before Yahuwah to keep for your generations. As Yahuwah commanded Moshe, so did Aharon set it down before the witness to keep. And the children of Israel ate manna 40 years until they came into the inhabited land. And they ate manna until they came to the border of the land of Canaan. And an omer is 1/10 of an omer.
Okay. Once they stopped eating manna and the manna stopped being supplied, were they still were they still grounded, or did they become ungrounded when they passed over the Jordan? Do they still have to obey the command to stay in their house or not? Roz?
Weren't they immersed again? So they would have been just like going through the Red Sea, another immersion.
Yep. Yeah. And they crossed over the Jordan. Yeah. It parted again. The waters, parted, and they walked across dry land again to the other side.
So then they would be sin free by that.
Yeah.
And so they would have been not like they were on the other side.
Right. So they wouldn't have to stay in their house. That restriction was removed as soon as the training stopped. It was kind of like, this is a little bit weird, but just say you're going to college, and then you graduate and you're done. You leave the campus. You don't have to keep obeying campus rules. Go ahead, Sandra.
I just wanted to bring out that the ones that were first immersed in Sea of Reeds, they had died out. So when they were re-immersed in the book of Yahusha, that was their generations or their children's children that were taken through the immersion, because the other ones had gone through 40 years and they had died out, most of them. And that's why he circumcised them too. They had forgotten all of Yahuwah's guidelines.
Well, I think that has a little bit to do with, when they left Egypt and they crossed over, they were in the promised land.
Okay.
Immediately, they entered into the promised land. But they didn't recognize it because they were so busy complaining and grumbling that they didn't realize that they had been delivered through the purification of the water and brought into the promised land. And so he kept them blind, and he began to, teach them and train them and try them and all this other stuff, all to the point where, it was like a line was drawn. And then he said, go over there and take that land. And they still wouldn't do it. And so then he says, well, okay, I'm just going to leave you blind. You're going to wander in the wilderness for 40 years and you're going to die. And then I'll let the new generation go in, and I'll try with them. And so when they did that, then I think maybe you may have a point there where they were re-immersed going over the Jordan, because then at that point, that the line where the line was drawn, their disobedience was drawn there, the line in the sand, they crossed over that. And so then he let them see partially. And so they entered into the promised land on a partial understanding. See what I'm saying? Not on a wide open, full understanding, but a partial understanding. Because it was just 10% of the promised land. It wasn't the entire promised land. Even today, they've never inhabited the entire promised land. So, yeah, a lot to be said there for sure. Interesting here down where he tells them to take an omer of the manna and keep it in for the generations. It's pretty interesting. So he continued to take care of them and feed them for 40 years. And they ate that manna until they came to the border of the land of Canaan. And an omer, 1/10 of an alpha, was put inside the ark as a reminder that he fed them, took care of them even through their disobedience. But quite amazing, really, that would last. Why do you think this omer of manna lasted all that time? I mean, it was supposed to go bad. If you kept it till morning, it was supposed to go bad, but yet it stayed good for generations after generations after generations. Why? What do you think that's telling us? Sandra?
Okay, this might sound a little silly, but I'm thinking because the word is everlasting to everlasting, and Yahusha is the bread of life.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I don't think it's silly at all. Same thing I was thinking. Go ahead, Roz. Sam?
All esteem to Yahusha.
Exactly what I was going to say, that it represented life after the physical death. You know, their forever life, and that it would survive, that no matter what, if on the earth it would disintegrate, it's not going to, and you're not going to, once you get into the next phase of where he's got you in his hand and he's keeping you forever.
Yeah, I mean, if the manna is a foreshadow of Yahusha, I think we all agreed it was, then whoever eats that manna will live forever. And that's why it didn't rot and get worms, because it gave you life more abundantly, right? In Yahusha, who's the manna from heaven, came from the Father, right? Not as the manna that he gave to your fathers that ate it and died, but eating this manna, you will never die, right? So I think that's what this is symbolic of. Anybody else any thoughts, comments, questions on that? Ain't that wild how all that connects? I mean, it's pretty wild, isn't it? 17, somebody. June, go ahead.
And all the congregation of the children of Israel set out on their journey from the wilderness of Sin, according to the command of Yahuwah, and camped in Rephidim. And there was no water for the people to drink. Therefore the people strove with Moshe and said, "Give us water to drink." And Moshe said to them, "Why do you strive with me? Why do you try Yahuwah?" And the people thirsted there for water. And the people grumbled against Moshe and said, "Why did you bring us out of Mitzrayim to kill us and our children and our livestock with thirst?"
Okay, hang on. Do you believe this? Here we go again with water this time instead of food. I mean, what, man? You got to be kidding me, man. What do you think this is? What's this telling us? Now they went from food to water. Still complaining, still accusing, still wanting to die. Roz?
They're actually not accepting the living water.
Yes. They're not accepting the immersion of the Ruach HaKodesh here. They're not even thinking about it. They have no clue. Anybody else? All right, let's continue on, Jim.
Chapter 17, verse 4. Then Moshe cried out to Yahuwah, saying, what am I to do with this people? Yet a little, and they shall stone me. And Yahuwah said to Moshe, pass over before the people, and take with you some of the elders of Israel, and take in your hand your rod with which you smote the river, and go. See, I am standing before you there on the rock in Koreb, and you shall smite the rock, and water shall come out of it, and the people shall drink. And Moshe did so before the eyes of the elders of Israel. And he called the name of the place Massah and Meribah, because of the strife of the children of Israel, and because they tried Yahuwah, saying, is Yahuwah in our midst or not? And Amalek came and fought with Israel in Rephidim. And Moshe said to Yahusha, choose for us men and go out, fight with Amalek. Tomorrow I am stationing myself on the top of the hill with the rod of Elohim in my hand. And Yahusha did as Moshe said to him, to fight with Amalek. And Moshe, Aharon, and Hur went up to the top of the hill. And it came to be, when Moshe held up his hand, that Israel prevailed. And when he let down his hand, Amalek prevailed. But Moshe's hands were heavy. So they took a stone and put it under him, and he sat on it. And Aharon and Hur supported his hands, one on one side and the other on the other side. And his hands were steady until the going down of the sun. And Yahusha defeated Amalek and his people with the edge of the sword. And Yahuwah said to Moshe, write this for a remembrance in the book, and recite it in the hearing of Yahusha, that I shall completely blot out the remembrance of Amalek from under the Shemayim. And Moshe built an altar and called its name Yahuwah Nisi, for he said, because a hand is on the throne of Yah, Yahuwah is to fight against Amalek from generation to generation.
Okay. Wow. All right. What does that mean? What's happening here, man? Sandra?
Nisi, Yahuwah is our banner.
Okay, so back over in 3, where they thirst for water and all that, and then he told Moses to smite the rock, and the water came out. What does that mean spiritually? And the people shall drink. Any idea, Sandra?
Is that when that soldier pierced Yahusha in the side and they had smitten him and blood and water came out, talking about the outpouring of the Ruach Kadesh, because Yahusha said, I am the water of life. If any man thirst, let him come unto me. Is that the same?
Yeah, I could see it pointing to that. Roz?
I agree with that. I didn't think about that. That's a beautiful way to look at it. I had my hand up for when he had his arms up in the air.
Yeah.
That was going towards Yahuwah. When his hands came down, that was the lack of prayer. That's what that represented. So when his arms were up, everybody was looking towards the Father, and when they were down, they weren't looking towards the Father. That's what came to me with that. And then And the death of Amalek actually was like the death of everybody that's not of Yahuwah in the end times. They're not going to have a remembrance.
Right. Yep, pretty much it. Anybody else got any thoughts on that? I mean, are you getting the vision of Moses sitting on this rock and one guy on this side, one guy's on this side, and they're holding his arm up so Israel can win the battle? I mean, what a vision. Go ahead, Chance.
I was going to talk about that the rock. Yahusha was struck and he was given the ruach, the outgiving of the ruach, the water. You know, Yahusha was struck and we're immersed with the ruach hakodesh. Like the outpouring of the ruach hakodesh. He gave his life for us.
Yeah, so Yahusha was to be struck once in a permanent one-time sacrifice, not twice. So later on, we're going to find out that Moshe struck the rock again, which was a big no-no. Sandra?
So that was great insight you shared with us, Sister Roz, and I thank you, Yahusha, for giving that to you. I was wondering, that stone was not Yahusha, the stone that he sat on, because he's the chief cornerstone and our foundation. That we got to stand on. That's what I was getting from that stone that he's.
That could be, man.
Is that crazy? I'm sorry.
I never even thought about that, man. But
You know,
maybe. I mean, I guess it could. Go ahead, Roz.
I'm sorry.
This is to Chance. What is rock? There was no O in paleo. So how would it have been spelled?
What is it?
Rock. How would rock have been spelled?
I'll have to research that one. Rock, the word rock. I think that's an English word.
It's a
rock.
what?
So you have to find out what the
we got to find out what we got to find out what rock is called in Hebrew before we can evaluate that.
Why I'm thinking of it is I'm looking at rock, and then ruach was said after that. I think rock and ruach has something to do with each other.
I can find that.
You know what I mean? Huh?
I can find it out real quick. It's Zur. The main word for rock in Paleo Hebrew is Zur. Tzur.
Okay.
Or Sela. It can be Sela or a smaller one. So a large rock is Zur, Tzur, and then for a smaller one, it's Sela or Sula, I guess.
Thank you.
Yeah.
That's Zadeh Ur Resh. That's how you spell it. And what was the other word, Brother Mark?
Zur. It'll be Tzur.
Yeah, Tzur is Zadeh Ur Resh. What was that other word? You said Sela?
Sula, I guess.
Is that TZ too?
No, it's SULU.
SUL.
Or AMA, I'm sorry. SULA. Also known as a rock cliff or rock formation.
That's Semek Ur Lamet Aleph.
Yeah, and Zur is a large or solid rock, a cliff, or a boulder. And often is used to symbolize Salihim as an unshakable foundation and refuge, especially in Psalms 18:2 and Isaiah 26:4. And then Eben is a more general word for stone, as building material or the heart of a stone.
How you spell that?
That's about it. Ebun, E-B-U-N.
E-B-U-N.
That's what they're saying.
Oh, okay.
There's no E. Probably be a A-B-U-N. If you don't like
It would
the E.
be if they're saying E, it's Ayin, because Ayin represents E or A.
Probably A.
Okay.
Probably A-B-U-N for stone. My rock, my fortress, my deliverer. It's all the same thing.
So that one is going to be Ayin Beit Nun.
All right.
Sorry about that. But I guess it was good that we know the words for it.
Yeah. All right. Let me see. What were we talking about? Okay. All right. So what does this mean? And so Moshe built an altar and called its name Yahuwah Nessi, which is banner, and because a hand is on the throne of Yah. And so maybe the stone that Moses was sitting on, representing Yahusha sitting on the throne. Could that be? And Yahuwah is to fight against Amalek from generation to generation. And so this would obviously be, like a Satan, I guess. So it's almost like Yahuwah sitting on his throne, battling against Satan or something here. It seems to be indicating something to that effect spiritually. Huh? Anybody else got any thoughts, comments, or questions about it? Are we going to just leave it there?
Hey Mark, you know that passage you brought up earlier in what was it, 1 Corinthians, with the Ruach like rock that was Mashiach that followed?
Yeah.
There we go. That just came back to me right there, thinking about that.
The second time, though.
Oh, yeah, okay.
That's when he struck the rock again, which was not a good thing.
Yeah, it's like striking Yahuwah. It's like striking Yahuwah.
Right. Well, yeah, killing him again. So Yahuwah here. Okay, so it was like Yahuwah was standing there. Was like he would be the one that was struck. You know what I'm saying? So he was struck, and then he would, be hurt, right? So he was struck once. He would to be there and be struck one time, and as a result, then the people of Israel, he would be the people's need for their need or want or need for these living waters would be met through the striking of the rock, which would be, the death of Yahusha, right? But the second time around, it's trouble because this was a one-time permanent offering. It didn't need to happen twice, but yet Moshe struck the rock again. And that's when trouble happens. Go ahead, Roz.
I had brought up a scripture before we even started this today, and it was 1 Samuel 6. And that also has where they put the stuff from the ark on top of the rock. There was a big rock. So go to 1 Samuel 6 at 14. And the wagon came into the field of Yahusha of Beth Shemesh and stood there, and there was a great stone. So they split the wood of the wagon and offered the cows as a burnt offering to Yahuwah. And the Luim took down the ark of Yahuwah and the chest that was in it in which were the objects of gold, and put them on the great stone. And the men of Baal Shemesh slaughtered burnt offerings and made offerings the same yom to Yahuwah. So that backs that up.
Yeah. I think that First Samuel 6 is about Hannah or something, man. Ain't that about the mother of Samuel? Hannah, wasn't she the mother of Samuel? Isn't that that's what's in there?
Where Beit Shemesh means house of the sun. Sun is a place where
the beginning of that.
That's in chapter 2 of Samuel.
What's it say? That Hannah is the mother of Samuel?
Yeah, in chapter
that was
1 and chapter 2 of Samuel. In chapter 1 is where she prayed for Samuel, and chapter 2 is where she thanked Yahuwah and prayed and said, "My heart rejoices in Yahuwah. My horn has been high in Yahuwah." But she prayed for him, and what I like about the prayer is Ali had let his sons disobey Yahuwah, and Yahuwah had prophesied to bring him down by one, I think it was Akiyah. But even though he was going to be brought down by Yahuwah, he told Hannah and granted her that prayer, and Yahuwah honored that prayer. That was what was amazing to me about that prayer. Because some people, some people say, "Well, you false, or you're not real," or something like that. But that doesn't mean that Yahuwah doesn't use that person. Hallelujah. They're his servants. And what they do and don't do, he ordained.
Yeah, I see it now. Yeah. First Samuel 20. Yeah. So it tells you that Hannah's Samuel's mother. Yeah. Okay. All right. Anyway. All right. Anything else? Thoughts, comments, questions? It's a pretty heavy duty little chapter here, 17. Go ahead, Chance.
You know what? When you were talking about the second time that rock was struck, I was thinking about, when you come to the knowledge of truth and taste that Yahuwah is good, and you go ahead and willfully commit crime after that and count the blood of Yahusha, you know what I mean? And you're doing another slaughter offering. There remains no more slaughter offering.
I am. That's right. That's right. That goes right in there with that, man. That's right. That's exactly right. Go ahead, Phyllis.
I would, excuse me, I would like to know what, because a hand is on the throne of Yah, Yahuwah is to fight against Amalek from generation to generation.
Somebody want to answer that question? Who wants to answer that? Because a hand is on the throne of Yah, Yahuwah is to fight against Amalek from generation to generation. So obviously Amalek here would be flesh. And we could see this as Satan as well, or the Antichrist as well. But from generation to generation is flesh. And so the throne, the hand is on the throne, it would be the Messiah, and his body is the body of Yahusha, right? But he has a hand, and so a hand is on the throne. So it's Yahuwah in a body, whether it be his body of light or his body of the ultimate Yahusha. He's is to fight against Amalek, which is basically flesh, from generation to generation, fighting against the mind of the flesh. Isn't that what he's been doing the whole time here? Yeah, so what he's been doing, man. He's fighting against the fleshly mind of the children of Israel. Is what's been their mind was poisoned by the Egyptians, which represents the world, the fleshly world. That's what the Mitzrayim represents. It's the foreshadowing of it, or the type, right? So in spirituality, we could see this as representing Satan, fighting Satan against men, from generation to generation, right? Trying to take away Satan's influence over the mind of the flesh type thing, spiritually and physically as well. Everybody saying that? Yeah, that's right, Jill. She says, hand is power and strength, and Yahuwah is protecting his people eternally, even through their struggles. That's a good way of looking at it. That's a good way of saying it. All right. Anybody else? Thoughts, comments, questions? Who wants to finish this up for the day? 18. Who wants to finish off today's study? Oz, go ahead.
18. And Jethro, the priest of Midian, Moshe's father-in-law, heard of all that Elohim had done for Moshe and for Israel, his people. That Yahuwah had brought Israel out of Mitzrayim. And Jethro, Moshe's father-in-law, took Zipporah, the ash of Moshe, after he had sent her back, and her 2 sons, of whom the names of one was Gershom, for he said, I have been a sojourner in a foreign land. And the name of the other one was Eliezer, for he said, the Elohim of my father was my help, and delivered me from the sword of Pharaoh. Jethro, Moshe's father-in-law, came with his sons and his Asha to Moshe in the wilderness, where he was encamped at the mountain of Elohim. And he said to Moshe, I, your father-in-law Jethro, am coming to you with your Asha and her 2 sons with her. And Moshe went out to meet his father-in-law and bowed down and kissed him. And they asked each other about their welfare, and they went into the tent. And Moshe told his father-in-law all that Yahuwah had done for Pharaoh, to Pharaoh and to the Mitzrites for Israel's sake, all the hardship that they had come upon them on the way, and how Yahuwah had delivered them. And Jethro rejoiced for all the good which Yahuwah had done for Israel, whom he had delivered out of the hand of the Mitzrites. And Jethro said, Blessed be Yahuwah, who has delivered you out of the hand of the Mitzrites and out of the hand of Pharaoh, and who has delivered the people from under the hand of the Mitzrites. Now, I know that Yahuwah is greater than all the mighty ones. Indeed, in the matter in which they acted proudly above them. Then Jethro, the father-in-law of Moshe, brought a burnt offering and other slaughterings to Elohim. And Aaron came with all the elders of Israel to eat bread with the father-in-law of Moshe before Elohim. And it came to be on the next Yom that Moshe sat to rightly rule the people. And the people stood before Moshe from morning until evening. And when the father-in-law of Moshe saw all that he did for the people, he said, What is this that you are doing for the people? Why do you sit by yourself, and all the people stand before you from morning until evening? And Moshe said to his father-in-law, Because the people come to me to seek Elohim. When they have a matter, they come to me, and I rightly rule between one and another, and make known the laws of Elohim. And he stood up. And the father-in-law of Moshe said to him, What are you doing is not good. Both you and these people with you shall certainly wear yourselves out. For the matter is too heavy for you. You are not able to do it by yourself. Now listen to my voice. Let me counsel you, and Elohim be with you. Stand before Elohim for the people, and you shall bring the matters to Elohim. And you shall enlighten them concerning the laws and the Torah, and show them the way in which they shall walk and the work which they do. But you yourself seek out from all the people able men who fear Elohim, men of truth, hating unfair gain, and place these over them to be rulers of thousands, rulers of hundreds, rulers of fifties, and rulers of tens. And they shall rightly rule the people at all times. And it shall be that they bring every great matter to you, but they themselves rightly rule every small matter. So, make a ladder for yourself, for they shall bear with you. If you do this word, and Elohim shall command you, then you shall be able to stand, and all the people also go to their place in peace. You shall listen to the voice of his father-in-law, and did all that he said. And Moshe chose able men out of all Israel, and made them heads over the people, rulers of thousands, rulers of hundreds, rulers of fifties, and rulers of tens. They rightly ruled the people at all times. The hard matters they brought to Moshe, but they rightly ruled every small matter themselves. And Moshe sent off his father-in-law, and he went away to his own land.
All right, thanks, Sos. All right, so interesting. So now Moses has delegated his responsibilities to over to different leaders to help him in the smaller matters, to bring a little bit of relief into his life. And interestingly, I don't see where Yahuwah told him to do that, do you? Did Yahuwah tell him to do that? Huh? Who told Moses to do all this? He was allowed to do it.
Yithro, father-in-law.
For wasn't Yahuwah? Yahuwah didn't have anything to do with this?
Most likely, Yahuwah put it on father-in-law's heart and mind. Because isn't it a foreshadow of when they did it in the book of Acts? Chapter 6 and 7.
Phyllis?
Is back up in 21. 23. If you do this word, and Elohim shall command you, then you shall be able to stand, and all this people also go to their place in peace. So his father-in-law is including the blessing of Yahuwah for this to work.
Okay.
So does that have reference to do with, he gives each man a measure and he gives each person a gift? Does it have reference to that? Yeah, I think that's either in Ephesians or Corinthians. He gives gifts unto men. One this and one that. Is that possible?
I don't know. I mean, it really doesn't say that Yahuwah gave Moses the right to do that or command him to do it. It does. I mean, it says that Jethro suggesting If you do this word, and Elohim shall command you, but it doesn't say that Yahuwah agreed with it or commanded him. So are we to assume he did because there's no punishment or there was no rebuttal or anything at all?
Well, remember when it's in the future chapters. In the future chapters, Yahuwah does command Yahuwah Musha to do that. Remember?
He does.
Yes,
Where's
he
that?
does. Ooh, let me find it. It is in.
I mean, when does that happen? What's the context?
Context. They were in the wilderness, and he told them to choose out 70. Yahuwah told them to choose out 70 men. And he was to breathe his ruach upon them. Let me find that scripture.
Yeah, find that, Roland. Read it.
What's in here?
Go ahead, Phyllis.
I'm kind of on a crusade in defense of Bitzro, the father-in-law, because he says before he even starts giving him the instructions he wanted to give him, he says, "Let me cancel you, and Elohim be with you. Stand before Elohim, before the people, and you shall bring the matters to Elohim." Certainly, if this wasn't something Yahuwah was granting or wanting to be done, he wouldn't dare send him before Elohim.
Yeah. Do we see this type of system of rule anywhere else in Scripture? Is there anything else that we can look at that shows us that this is like the will of Yahuwah to rule this way? Is there anything that makes any sense? Isn't there a high priest and priests and Levites, the workers in the temple, and then the laity? Isn't there a men's court and a women's court and a Gentile court? I mean, there seems to be tiers of operation through Yahuwah's way of governing, isn't there? I mean, don't we even see it in the family structure? Male, the father, then the mother, then the children, the elders over them, and even Yahuwah being the covering of the family. I mean, we see this type of an arrangement of rule throughout scriptures, really. I mean, what's the ultimate? The ultimate would be Yahuwah, his bride, right, over the laity, with the mankind, ruling over mankind, and then the messengers will come in there somewhere. So the messengers would go in there and serve between the priest and the laity as well. So we see that 4-tier system of governance set up by Yahuwah that way too. Right? So this is not something that we look at and say, "Oh, this is not of Yahuwah," because there's a lot of different examples of it, of this form of governance. That's how Yahuwah seems to want to rule. Right? So, yeah, I mean, it's interesting for sure. So we see that, later on as well. As somebody was pointing out, we'll see that as well. And even Moses himself can't take it no more. We'll get into that later on. All right, so next week's going to be extremely powerful stuff. Really going to get into it next week. Don't miss next week now. It's going to be one of the most important studies we've done all year. Go ahead, Sandra.
That's in Numbers 11:16, where Yahuwah told Moshe.
Yeah, Numbers 11:16.
11:16 through 17. And also, remember when Yahusha fed the people, he told them to sit down in companies of 50s and 100s and stuff sometimes. Yeah. He divided them that way too.
Right.
So that's the way he did it.
So that's the way Yahuwah operates, isn't it?
Yes, sir. Yes, brother. Numbers number 11. I'm trying to get to it. Here it is.
Yeah, go ahead and read that. It's interesting.
It says verse 16 and 17. Then Yahuwah said to Moshe, gather to me 70 men of the elders of Yisrael, whom you know to be the elders of the people and officers over them, and bring them to the tent of meeting, and let them stand there with you. And I shall come down and speak with you there, and shall take of the Ruach that is on you, and put on them, and they shall bear the burden of the people with you, so that you do not bear it yourself alone.
What's that mean?
What does that mean?
What's that mean?
That means it's sort of like well, this is how it means to me. I'm not sure. So it's sort of like, remember when he got the 144,000, and they're going to be made maidens, and they're going to be teaching during the 3.5 years of tribulation, mankind, teaching to mankind. That's how he had designed for Adam to be Yisrael, to teach mankind how to worship and to serve Yahuwah. Is it kind of like that? I'm guessing. I am guessing.
Yeah, I mean, is this a foreshadow of the outpouring of the Ruach HaKodesh, you think? On Shemoth?
So this is a type that he's going to pour out the Ruach HaKodesh onto them.
Well, it says he's going to take of the Ruach that is on you, talking to Moshe, and put on them.
Yeah, because wasn't Moshe a type of Yahusha to the people?
Yeah. Yeah, he was a foreshadow of Yahusha.
Okay.
What does that mean? And I shall take of the Ruach that is on you and put on them. Well, what does that mean? That means he's lessening his power, taking away some of his power and sharing it with others? Or is that him dividing the Ruach HaKodesh among other
the
people?
Ruach HaKodesh can't be divided. He's sharing. isn't he sharing? It can't be divided. It's only one ruach.
And shall take of the ruach that is on you and put it on them.
I see that. I see that as
That
a
mean?
type of Shabbat oath in Acts.
Is that in full increments or less for each person? More for Moses? What is this talking about? It's making my head explode, Sandra. Explain it to me.
No, I'm not trying to make your head explode, but I'm trying to understand what you're teaching here. Let me see. So it is a type of Yahusha being put up.
The Ross wants to help you. This was
Okay, please help, Rod. Please help. I need your help, sister.
In another book, when I was doing this study, and I'm still doing it, it's still got a few more things with it. But Moshe actually is kind of like the Father Yahuwah, because he shared the ruling, with Yahusha that had been Husha, and then so he's kind of like a Yahusha at times and kind of like the Father at times, where the Father shared he is Yahusha, so he duplicated him, he made he did the works of the Father on the earth. So, but Musha, and that's what it came to me, and I don't remember which book it was in, but it was during the time of when Yahusha of Nun was doing his starting to help him with like going into battle rather than Moshe going into battle. And right before his death, during that time that he was.
Boy, you're really close. I thought you were going to say it there for a second. But you picking up on it yet, Sandra, with what she just said?
So is it him assigning the work to each person that's working in the body?
Yay! You did it.
Yeah.
Praise Yahuwah for just dropping that on my heart. I didn't
You got
do it.
the Father and then Moshe.
All esteem to Yahuwah.
Then all the people that he's sharing his ruach with is his body. So it'd be all the bride, the body members, right? The bride, the assembly, right? Under the reign of Yahuwah, the Father. Yeah, right on, man. I knew you guys should get that. Okay, I think we're going to stop right here, y'all. And 6 hours on here now. And, great study, man. I mean, don't miss next week, though. I'm telling you, probably the most powerful study we've done on here coming next week. All righty. Thoughts, comments, questions on today's study? Anybody? Thoughts, comments, questions? Last night's study? Anybody? Where's Joe at?
He just got back in. He had to go winterize the boat since we're getting into single temperatures. Hey, Mark, would you keep me on for just a minute after you get everyone else off? I've got something to ask you.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
I'm here.
Everybody ready to go?
Yeah.
Okay. Joe, everybody wants to go.
Okie doke. Yahuwah bless you and guard you. Yahuwah make his face shine upon you and show favor to you. Yahuwah lift up his face upon you and give you peace. Thus they shall put my name on the children of Israel, and I myself shall bless them.
Baruch
haba b'shem Yahuwah.
Are we getting
It
single?
was a really good study.
What?
No, I thought that was tomorrow night.
What is she talking about?
I'm talking to you, lady.
Oh, you're talking about me. Oh no, we're not having Hanukkah at our house this year.
No, I said, I thought you said Joe was winterizing the boat. And I didn't know that we were getting into single digits tonight. I thought it was.
It's tomorrow, but Joe, he's not going to have the opportunity to do it, so he just went ahead and did it.
I just wanted to make sure I didn't need to go do stuff.
Okay,
Love you. Bye.
You're good. We love you.
Bye.
Love you more.
Love y'all. See you next week.
Bye, Ross.
Bye.
See you, Mark. Oh, yeah, you're staying. Okay.